We are live on a Wednesday edition of the Sports Bash, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app powered by First Bank of Sea Isle. Streaming live video on the X platform, YouTube, at Mike Gill Show. Use the hashtag SB Live. We've got so much to get into today. Eagles as a whole, 10-2. Want to kind of get the pulse of the fan base on the ceiling of this team in your mind. And a lot of questions about Nick Sirianni. Are they just? I'm really perplexed that this is even a conversation, but I guess it's something that will play along and go down the road because, look, in actuality, this is your guys' show, and I want to hear from you on what you think about Nick Sirianni and the possibility. You know, a lot of people out there think that, yeah, the Eagles have won 8 in a row, great, but if you don't win a playoff game, that could be the end of Nick Sirianni in Philadelphia. We'll examine that. Sixers win last night. No Embiid tonight. No Paul George tonight. He is out as well after scoring 29 last night in 37 minutes. He had probably his best game as a Sixer last night. They win their second game in a row, but the good vibes out the window as both players have already been ruled out for the game tonight in Orlando. It's a back-to-back, so Paul George is out, and Embiid is just not ready to go yet for whatever reason. No clarity, no reason. The personal reasons are not listed as a reason today. It is just left knee management for Embiid. According to reports, he is going to try to ramp it up so that he can get back on the court. I have a theory on that coming up. We'll talk about it a little bit later on in the show. The Nick Sirianni stuff I'm definitely intrigued by. So Sirianni is a polarizing guy. Here is my thoughts on Sirianni. Okay? My thoughts on Sirianni is this. When Nick Sirianni was hired, he had no fanfare. There was no, this is the guy we wanted. When Nick Sirianni was hired, he had no background, no track record, no nothing. He wasn't a guy that came here with, wow, what an creative offensive mind. Wow, his offenses in Indianapolis were number 1 in the league. When Nick Sirianni was hired, the only opinion you could really give was either, I'll give this guy a shot, or what the heck, who is this guy? So when he got here, the preconceived notions were a lack of excitement. It's very hard to be excited about somebody that you don't know anything about. You know, we're always in a society where what's behind door number 2 is always more exciting than what's in front of you. Even if what's in front of you is pretty good. It's pretty good, but what's behind door number 2? I really want to know. I don't want to miss out on this. I think the Eagles fans have been yearning to see what's behind door number 2 ever since you were introduced what's behind door number 1. Why? Because he didn't have a name. He had no track record. There was no excitable point about this guy when he got here. It didn't help that his press conference was uninspiring. And then the team got off to a 2-5 start in his first year, to which the team did not look like they were going to be exciting. It didn't look like this team had any personality. It didn't look like that they had an attitude. But they made the playoffs. And then I think people were like, okay, I'll give this guy credit. He made the playoffs. But my preconceived notion is I want to see what's behind door number 2. And then the team goes to the Super Bowl. And you're thinking, wow, this guy got him to the Super Bowl. But I don't think you were giving the guy the credit for getting to the Super Bowl. It was Jalen Hurts, who had a breakout season. They was number 2 in the MVP race. And you had Hassan Reddick, who was having a great year on the defense. And you traded for A.J. Brown, and he was fun and exciting. So what was behind door number 2 wasn't the coach. It was an influx of talent. They went out and got Reddick. He performed. They went out and got Brown. He performed. So the coach never really got a fair shake in that you weren't excited about him at first hire. You didn't know much about him. And we were really unwilling to give him much credit because they went out and got better players. Last year comes around. Team's 10-1. Wow, should be excited about this team. And right when you're about to get excited about this team, the bottom fell out. And at that point, you were really ready to find out what's behind door number 2. Because your preconceived notion was, I didn't like this guy to begin with. And now he's giving me a reason not to like him. Well, here we are in the 4th season of Nick Sirianni. And in the 4th season of Nick Sirianni, the team got off to a 2-2 start. Uninspiring, not the kind of start you're hoping for. And here we are in the 4th season, and Nick Sirianni is now the 4th head coach in the history of the franchise to get this team to 10 or more wins 3 straight years. The only other ones were Andy Reid, he's pretty good, Buddy Ryan, you guys liked him a lot, and Dick Vermeil. It's pretty good company that Nick Sirianni shares as the head coach of the Philadelphia Eagles. So our preconceived notions were, I wasn't excited, I don't know much about this guy, I don't really want to give this guy much of a chance, or I'm willing to give him a chance. But the first chance you had to turn your back on him, you did. And now we are always trying to find reasons to say he's the wrong guy. Do we still feel that way? 609-403-0973. When you think about the Eagles, 609-403-0973. When you think about the Eagles and the ceiling of this team, is Nick Sirianni the one that is causing you to hold back? Is that what it is that is not allowing you to take your guard and let it down? So I looked at a couple different things. The Nick Sirianni numbers are pretty unbelievable when you think about it. We talked about a couple of them on Monday. Nick Sirianni is the 8th head coach to produce a 10-2 start or better in 3 straight seasons. Okay? It's only happened 8 times ever. He is the 8th head coach to do that. These are the other ones. Sean Payton, Bill Belichick, Tony Dungy, Mike Shanahan, Mike Ditka, John Madden, and Curly Lambeau. That's it. They're the only ones in the history of the game. Nick Sirianni is on that list. Pretty crazy, right? It's actually, you can't even fathom it. That here's a guy, you had no idea who this guy was, no excitement about him, nothing. And he has put himself on a list with Sean Payton, Bill Belichick, Tony Dungy, Mike Shanahan, Mike Ditka, Curly Lambeau, for God's sakes, and John Madden. What is it that we might be missing about this guy? It is truly one of the more interesting, more confounding things about this team that I think I've been around, and we've done this show for about 20 years. According to Elias, Nick Sirianni, who's won almost 70% of his games. Think about that. You win 70% of your football games. Nick Sirianni is 44-19. That's a .698 winning percentage. It's the 6th best winning percentage in the history of the game. There are 6 coaches in the history of the game that have a higher winning percentage than Nick Sirianni. It's 3rd among NFL head coaches since 2021. What is holding us back? You know, yesterday we discussed Sirianni and whether or not he is getting overlooked. And it's the whole thing we hear all the time. He doesn't call the plays. What does he do? To which I say, I don't want my head coach to call the plays. We should embrace the fact that the head coach doesn't call the plays. We should embrace the fact that the head coach knows his role. We should embrace the fact that the head coach gets out of the way and manages the game the way a head coach should. That's what a head football coach should do. They shouldn't be bogged down with calling a minutia 3rd down and 7 play. No, he should be focused on how many timeouts do I have left? What's the time? What's the score? How much time's on the clock? Those are the things the head coach should be worried about. Let somebody else call a play. Get out of the way. Let those guys do their job. Manage the team. That's what I want from my head coach. Why do we yearn for the head coach to be the guy that microphones his voice into a helmet and says, run this? There are people who are highly qualified to do that. Let them do it. You manage the game. I'm coming up to a point with Nick Sirianni that I like the way the setup is. You're in charge. You got a bunch of guys, 53 of them, that really like playing for you. You're out of the way of the coordinators. You let them do their job, and look at what the results are. 609-403-0973. Let's get into some of the conversation. Dominic Foxworth this morning. Is it fair to question Nick Sirianni's future? Foxworth says his job is in question, and this is almost a crazy thing to think. It's because of the success the Eagles have created, the culture they created, that the expectations are so high that the coach has a hard time meeting them.
We would not be surprised if they made a change because this organization has a history of it and Nick Sirianni has a history of being on a hot seat. So if the expectations, as we discussed earlier, judge a head coach by the expectations and the results. The expectation for that team is championship. If the results are not championship, I would not be surprised if he ends up on a hot seat because he was on it last year.
He was on it last year not because of they did not win a championship. He was on the hot seat because of the way the season went off the rails. There's two different things here. If they lost that season last year and didn't win a championship and they went to the divisional round and got knocked out, I don't think anybody's having a question about, hey, he's out of here. It's the way that the season ended last year, and it appeared that the team maybe lost some faith and some confidence in Nick. But you used the offseason to do some investigating to find out that that was not the case. Hence, Nick is back here. However, as Dominic Foxworth says, he doesn't understand why the Eagles organization lets the noise around Nick Sirianni continue.
There are things that happen in that building that we don't know about. Again, none of us are advocating for him to be fired, but we're saying we would not be surprised given the fact that this organization fired
Doug Peterson
after
was
winning the Super Bowl,
fired.
and given the fact that this organization, for whatever reason, is allowing this noise to be around him time and time again. And Nick Sirianni is not helping it by arguing with fans and talking trash in the middle of the Super Bowl.
So they're saying the Eagles organization is allowing the noise outside the organization. They can't control what producers of television shows questions are coming up with. They can't control, like, hey, will you guys talk about Nick Sirianni not being able to come back if he doesn't win a first-round game? You know, is there a possibility that Nick would be in trouble if this team lost in the wild card round or that first game, if they don't get that number one seed and they have to play a first game and they played against the Washington Commanders and lost that game, or the Atlanta Falcons? Or, no, they wouldn't play the Falcons, obviously, but a wild card team. A team that did not win their division, and they came to Philadelphia and knocked you off as the 2 seed. Is there a possibility that the disappointment would be so great that people said, you know what, Nick did a really good job. He's won a lot of football games here, but it's kind of time for us to move on? I guess it's a possibility. But do the Eagles as an organization look at themselves and say, listen, you can't win the championship every year, but you have to have a guy that gives you enough bites of the apple? Kind of the Andy Reid method. They stuck with Andy Reid for 14 years and took bite after bite after bite. It wasn't until Andy left that he finally won a Super Bowl. But was it to say that if Andy stayed here, he would have never won that Super Bowl? Who knows? Who knows what would have happened had Andy stayed here? But Jeff Saturday, who has been a coach in this league, he coached against Nick Sirianni last year in a game. He acknowledged that the Eagles do not have the stability that other teams have.
I understand what you're saying about the situation in Philly. They're not as stable as a Steelers organization or a Ravens organization or maybe some other teams, right?
Well, see, it's yes and no on that. That's interesting. Andy Reid was here for 14 years. I mean, really, that was stable. And he lost a lot of times in the NFC Championship game. And you could have said, Andy, it's time to move on. The only reason that Andy kind of moved on was the last year just kind of the bottom fell out. I think Andy was having some personal issues, some family stuff, and I think they just said, you know what, it's probably better that we move on. If that family stuff never got involved, who knows what would Andy Reid's future have been? They went to Chip Kelly. They made a quick decision there. Then they go to Doug Peterson. They win the Super Bowl, and they make the decision to move on from Peterson after Peterson had a season that, quite frankly, didn't go very well. They wanted Peterson to make some changes. He didn't want to do them. I don't know that they were the ones who decided that Doug Peterson was out the door. I think Peterson just said, can't come to an agreement here. It's time for me to move on. Would Doug Peterson still be the coach here if they could have agreed on how they wanted to form a staff? Who knows? So I don't know that the Eagles lack stability. I think that there has been some circumstances. Put it this way. The Bears have never fired a coach in the history of the organization until now. I think the Eagles want stability. I don't think they want to make these knee-jerk reactions, but they're willing to. And there's a difference there. I don't think they want to get rid of Nick Sirianni. I think they like Nick running this team, and as we've heard from many players and people who have played for him, the ability to hold people accountable and situational football, all those things that guys like Jason Kelce and Lane Johnson have all applauded for him. They want Nick to be that guy and allow his coordinators to do what they do. But as Jeff Saturday points out, and I concur, he doesn't understand why Sirianni would be on the hot seat if other coaches around this league are not, based on his resume.
If you're talking about the way this season has gone and they don't perform in the playoffs, you're putting an indictment on his coaching because of the playoffs. I would tell you that John Harbaugh has a two-time MVP that went to the AFC Championship game last year and they didn't perform to expectations. I would tell you that Tomlin, that Andy Reid before Patrick Mahomes. We can go through a litany of Super Bowl winning coaches that I would tell you that organizations tolerated them not living up to expectations.
The big thing is this. I say this all the time. We want to fire the coach so we can complain about the next one. We always assume that if you fire Nick Sirianni, you're going to bring somebody else in and he's going to be better. He's 44-19. What's the next guy going to be? 50-10? And is that even in your, if he's 50-10, you're still going to complain about the 10 and you're going to disregard the 50. So you find a guy who's 44-19, does nothing but win, wins at home, wins on the road, and we complain. And as Jeff Saturday argues, that the narrative about Sirianni, it was the same stuff that they said about Andy Reid.
This is the same argument people said about Andy Reid.
And Philly moved on from him.
Philadelphia fired.
Right, but he took them to a Super Bowl when he gets in. Now he's talking about one of the best coaches ever.
Right.
And he had coached there 10 years. This is his third year. He's went to a Super Bowl.
But
and you guys are comparing the two. It's one thing if it's Andy Reid over a 10-year spread.
And that's Kimberly Martin saying you're proving what you're saying. But I think what Jeff Saturday is saying is, look, Andy got this team to Super Bowls. They went to 4 NFC Championship games, and they lost those games. But that doesn't mean they weren't good enough to win those games. You got to get to those games. But if you keep flipping it over because you're looking for what's behind door number 2, you're ultimately going to you're probably going to be disappointed. If you keep just saying, hey, what's behind door number 2? Now you're constantly starting from the bottom and having to work yourself back up. You've got a guy right now that, by the way, third-year coach, young guy, he's still learning in this role. He's still learning to be an NFL head coach. But do the organization and the fans still have that mindset about what happened last year? Former NFL wide receiver Andrew Hawkins said they can't ignore what happened last year.
His record of 44-19 is amazing, and he has done an incredible job this back end of the season, this second half of the season, because as a CEO, he has grown and changed the way he's gone about things. But I feel like it's deliberately obtuse to feel like over a stretch where they were going 3-8, there was turmoil in the building, they're firing coordinators, the quarterback and the coach don't have a great relationship. Like, yes, they were on the hot seat.
They might have been on the hot seat, but they got through all that. They got through all that, and here they are. So, again, I'll ask you guys, is it the head coach that's holding you back about this team? Because what if this team gets blown out in the playoffs? Andrew Hawkins wonders whether or not the questions about Sirianni will continue to come up.
Sirianni has done an incredible job. Let's be very clear. He is balling.
Yeah.
But if they go in the playoffs and they lose 32-9, like
They're
you
gonna
got
get
the
questions,
Bucks, there's going to be questions because his team is so good and because they've done so well in the regular season.
Is that fair or unfair? If they lose the playoff game, if they are 15-2 or 14-3 or 13-4, and they get to the playoffs and they lose, are the questions fair? 609-403-0973. Couple text messages on the conversation. Mike, the candies of the world are just haters. Sirianni has an incredible winning percentage the players love. I'm sure the end of last year was a disaster, but with better coordinators and better players, here we are again, 10-plus wins. Yeah, and he goes on to say, who does candies of the world think would be better? Give us some names. It's just ridiculous, pure hate. Yeah, I do think Canty, who I like, by the way, I think he does a really good job. He does stick his neck out there. He gives an opinion, but I think he's really hanging on this hill a little bit too much. I think he has really said, I went out on this limb, and I cannot change. Glenn from Northfield says, I love Nick Sirianni. Folks couldn't stand Reed for his airtight personality, and now folks can't stand Sirianni because he shows too much emotion. Sirianni is a winner, and that's exactly what we want as a fan. Enjoy him while he's here before he's forced out by the loud, negative knuckleheads. Glenn, good text there. Yeah, I mean, I think it goes back to the beginning. When there was a job opening, you know, when your team stinks and you're the team that's in the news and you're hiring the coach, you get excited. You know, it's like an offseason. What free agents are we going to sign? Like right now, I can relate. I'm a West Virginia alum. They fired their coach. So that the exciting part is, who is that new coach going to be? I'm really intrigued to find out, are they going to hire my friend Anthony Beck? Are they going to bring back Rich Rodriguez? Are they going to go and get a guy like Jimbo Fisher? It's exciting. So when you get that opportunity for that 1 year of, okay, it's our time to be in that coaching carousel, and then they bring in a guy that you're like, who? It's like you got all excited, and then the team disappointed you by the decision that they made. 609-403-0973. So I can understand the day they hired Nick Sirianni being like, what? It's like draft day. When you're excited about a draft pick and then they go and take an offensive lineman, you're like, what? I got so excited for this draft day. I wait all year from this, and you took some offensive lineman from Oregon State? No. I wanted the skill position player from the SEC. I waited 3 months for this draft. And you gave me an offensive lineman from the Pac-12? No, that's not what I was wanting. And that's the Sirianni hire. You wanted a skill position player, and they gave you a lineman. 609-403-0973. Eagles players never threw Sirianni to the Wolves, and I think that says a lot, considering the status of other teams. Also considering how hard it is to win in this league and reach the Super Bowl, I have no issues giving him the benefit of the doubt. That's on the text board. Think about that. This team has won 10 wins 3 straight years. Think about that. We are so ungrateful sometimes. 10 wins. Didn't win a Super Bowl. Listen, we all want to win the Super Bowl. We all want to win the Super Bowl. But we just assume if you get rid of a guy who has 10 wins 3 years in a row, that you're going to bring in some guy and he's going to be the guy that changes everything. Instead of appreciating what we have. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, live video streaming on the X platform and on YouTube at Mike Gill Show. I'm Mike Gill. We got so much more to do, including Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City, pressofac.com. He joins us coming up. Is it fair to question Sirianni? Does he think Nick Sirianni is and should be on the hot seat? Got text messages rolling in. We'll read those off in about 20 minutes from now, so keep them coming. 609-403-0973. 0973. This hour of the show is brought to you by Autumn Lake Healthcare Center's skilled nursing rehab with elite-level care in a warm and vibrant atmosphere. Visit autumnlakehealthcare.com to find a location near you. Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City, pressofac.com, joins me next on the Sports Bash.
Wake up weekday mornings from 6 to 10 a.m. with Unsportsmanlike on 97.3 ESPN with Evan Cohen, Super Bowl champion Chris Canty, and Michelle Small.
Can't wake up without it.
Brought to you by the Gallery Bar Book and Games at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City.
Tired of hearing no? Everywhere you go, we turn no into go during Black Nissan's November sales event. Say no to high-priced new cars. Brand new matte black Nissan Sentra S, just $19,999. Say no to low trade offers. AJ the Trade Man wants your trade, no matter the make, miles, or condition. Say no to down payments. Say no to payments for 90 days. And say no to high interest rates. 60 months, 0% financing on every clearly marked new Nissan. Backed by Madness 4-day love it or leave it return policy. Tired of hearing no to a discount on a new ride? New 25 Sentra S, under 20 grand.
Oh yeah, it's on at Matt Black Nissan.
Approved Tier 1 credit for NEMAC. Negative equity refinance. PIN number SY231649. MSRP 22,730 plus tax tag at $689.50. Offers can't be combined. 0% for 60 months. Call 877-289-667 or go to MadBlackNissan.com for complete details. Offer ends 12/5/24. It's on at Mad Black Nissan. The Black Horse Pike. Egg Harbor Township.
Find what you love, love what you find. A Total Wine and More. There's so much waiting for you. Spirits and beer, thousands of wines. Guides in the know, and prices so low, it just might blow your mind. You're gonna find what you love and love what you find.
With curbside pickup available, you'll always find what you love, only at Total Wine & More.
Drink responsibly, B21.
It's Sage Jewelers' great half-off everything sale going on now.
Sage Jewelers says everything in store is on sale at half off, including their watch collection, Seiko, Simpson, and G-Shock.
That's right, 50% off their finest selection of GIA-certified diamonds, IGI-certified lab-grown diamonds, engagement rings, top designer jewelry collections, and more.
But hurry, the sale won't last long. Sage Jewelers, the real jeweler, Tilton Road, Northfield, open every day until Christmas.
Shop Dell Technologies Cyber Monday event for their lowest prices of the year. The future is on sale today with limited time deals on select PCs like the XPS 16 that accelerate AI with Intel Core Ultra processors. Cyber Monday is their biggest sale of the year and the best time to upgrade, but it's only here for a limited time. Shop now at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
Go for holiday bliss. Whether naughty or nice, you are not going to want to miss this. Go for nights that shine with friends, a toast so fine. Go to find Santa's place. Go to see that smiling face. Go to give the gift of cheer with the card that brings dreams near. With endless fun and things to do, it is the gift that keeps on giving too. Go for the dazzling lights. It's quite a sight. Go to Ocean Casino Resort for holiday magic of every sort.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them, the right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Oh, by the way, Ivan's no longer on the project. His wife got a new job, so they're moving across the country.
Robin's top researcher is deviating to a new market. This isn't standard.
And now we're short-staffed. Who's going to finish all these projects?
She needs a cluster of new data analysts, and there's no margin for error.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Put our matching platform to work so you can spend less time searching and more time connecting with talented candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
The best call to make on game day is ordering catering from the Piccadilly Inn.
For parties big or small, the Pick does it all. Your guests will be cheering for the Pick spin on football favorites like pulled pork nachos, cheesesteaks, burgers, and their award-winning buffalo wings, tails, and ears. Get your chicken wing fix on Route 206 at the Piccadilly Inn. Join the flock and follow the Pick on Facebook or at piccadilly.com for their Pick game specials. And be sure to pre-order to guarantee your spot in Sunday's lineup.
Time to work on your gift list with Black Friday deals at the Home Depot. Right now, get a select tool from top brands like Ryobi and Milwaukee for free when you buy a select battery kit. Choose from reciprocating saws, multi-tools, sanders, and more. Whether you're stocking up on power for your personal workshop or grabbing the perfect gift for someone else's. Get Black Friday tool deals delivered from the Home Depot. Limit 1 per transaction. Exclusions apply. Full eligible tool list in-store and online.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, where every nail-biting overtime win, breakaway, pick six, three-point shot, underdog win, buzzer beater, shootout, walk-off, and absolutely every play in between is amazing. From football to basketball and hockey to baseball, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in New Jersey.
You're listening to the Sports Bag with Mike Gill.
And it just keeps getting better.
On 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
2:32, Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City's here. Sixers win last night. No Embiid, no George tonight. Trying to win 3 in a row, back-to-back. Got the Sixers tonight on 97.3 ESPN. Got the Eagles this weekend against the Carolina Panthers. Now, there's always weeks in the year where the game that is happening, you're like, not all that interested in. Is this one of those games this week, or is there something about the Eagles in Carolina to kind of watch for? We'll get into that. Philly's hot stove has been really chilly. Nothing happening on the hot stove with the Fighting Phils. We got all that and more coming up now with Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City, pressofac.com. He joins us right now on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, and live video streaming on the X platform and YouTube at Mike Gill Show. What's up, Mike McGarry?
Hey, Mike, how are you?
Doing good, man. And a lot of conversation nationally about Nick Sirianni and his job status. Should that be a conversation at all? Should Nick Sirianni and his job status be at the top of producers' minds when they're producing these shows?
Yeah, I don't understand it at all, Mike. I was on the elliptical yesterday at my local gym trying to fight off old age, and all of a sudden I glance up at the TV screen and I see First Take debating, does Nick Sirianni need to win a playoff game to save his job? I mean, right now, and I'm not a fan of Sirianni or his sideline behavior or his actions, and I feel ridiculous that I have to be the one to defend Nick Sirianni. But right now, Nick Sirianni is got to be considered one of the top coaches in Eagles history, and maybe right for an extension, save his job. He's got them at only 2 losses all season. So what do they want the guy to do? I don't get it at all.
The conversation really stemmed from a bite from Chris Canty the other day, where he said no matter what happens, that if they lost a first-round playoff game, that he would be in trouble. Here's the bite that really started all this conversation, especially while you were on the elliptical, Mike McGarry. Take a listen.
Has Nick Sirianni guaranteed himself of a job with the Eagles next year?
No. He's still got to win a playoff game minimum. He has to. I don't care if they get the number 1 seed in the first round bye. If they're one and done in the divisional round at home, it's on the board that the Eagles could still move off of Nick Sirianni.
So is that a fair assessment?
I don't think that's a fair assessment. Right now, they're headed for a 14-3, or seemingly at worst 13-4 regular season. With the way the schedule sets up the rest of the way, they could be 15-2. So you're going to tell me that if they get picked off in the divisional round at home by a Green Bay team or a Vikings team, you're going to get rid of Sirianni? To me, that would be a rash move considering the success that this team has had in the regular season, considering his overall record and considering his track record. I mean, this man did take the team to the Super Bowl 2 years ago. Yeah, last year didn't end the way the Eagles wanted it, but it still ended in the playoffs, and this year they're one of the best teams in football. So, I don't think that's really fair to sort of put that on, Sirianni, and makes me wonder, like, who's running the Eagles? George Steinbrenner? I mean, that's not the case.
Well, and that's the thing. A lot of people have said, look, the Eagles, have they been impatient? You had Andy here for 14 years, then Chip, he got fired in the, at the end of his third year. Doug won a Super Bowl, then they got rid of him. Do you view, Mike, the Eagles as an unstable or impatient organization?
No, I don't view them that way now, Mike, but if they were to fire Sirianni after a season where he is either the number 2 seed or the number 1 seed coming out of the NFC because the playoffs don't go the way they wanted to, I would start to think of them then as an impatient organization. But I think if they kept Sirianni, and I think he's earned the right to come back next year with what he's done so far in this regular season, I wouldn't have that opinion. But here's the thing, Mike. Teams that make a lot of moves, it doesn't work. Look at the Giants. Joe Judge, McAdoo, Pat Shermer, now Dable. Look at the Jets, the guys they've had. Teams that are constantly searching, changing every 2 to 3 years, it doesn't work. Look at the teams that win, and maybe you can argue that they're stable because they win, but, the Steelers, the Chiefs, these teams the Baltimore Ravens kind of weather the ups and downs and are consistently good and in the playoffs year in and year out. I think that's what you want, rather than saying, okay, Nick Sirianni, you won 13-4 or 14-3, and you lost in the first round of the playoffs because, a tip ball got picked off, or Jake Elliott field goal attempts hit the upright or something, or a guy dropped a touchdown pass or something, or a guy on another team made a great play. All you can ask to me as an organization is put yourself in contention to win a title every year, and that's what the Eagles have done.
Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City, pressofac.com, Eagles and Carolina. We'll talk more about the game, but just initial thoughts here. You are playing for the number 1 seed. You're 10-2. You've won 8 straight games. Somebody brought up the other day, I was thinking about this today. If the Eagles won out, you got to keep winning to try to get the number 1 seed. To win the Super Bowl, they would have won 17 straight games. They've got 8. If they win the rest of these games, that's 5 more, 13. If they don't catch Detroit for the number 1 seed, they would have to win 4 playoff games. 17 in a row. Do you think about that at all?
Yeah, I memean, when you put it like that, my first reaction is law of averages says that's not going to happen, right? So, because that is, 17-0, we're talking, the 72 Dolphins right there. So that is a lot of winning. You would expect them to sort of get tripped up somewhere along the way. I don't think they're going to go, undefeated the rest of the regular season, despite what the schedule says. They do have a somewhat easy schedule. And I'd hate to be one of those guys is get a loss and get it out of the way. But, just the law of averages would tell you 17 in a row to get to a Super Bowl. That's one of the greatest runs in NFL history if they pull that off. I don't think they're going to have to. I think they're going to get caught up, once in the next, 4 to 5 games, whatever they have left.
Yeah, I think a lot of it happens, it kind of depends on what happens with Detroit, too. I mean, Detroit plays tomorrow night, and if they lose that game, Philly wins. Now all of a sudden you're tied. Now you're neck and neck. I mean, if you're playing for that number 1 seed, you got to keep putting your foot on the gas because, Mike, I got to imagine number 1 seed NFL is probably the most paramount spot in sports playoffs.
Yeah, right now, especially this season, all you got to do is look at the quarterback rating of Jared Goff indoors as compared to Jared Goff outdoors. He is a different player, and in case you're wondering, not nearly as good a player outdoors as he is indoors. So if you can have him, if you can get Detroit at Lincoln Financial Field, and not the Dome in Michigan. That's what you want. And, the opportunity is there, Mike. The schedules, Detroit's schedule is challenging the rest of the way, starting with this game Thursday night. So the opportunity is there for the Eagles, but they would, I guess, if they finish tied, you get into conference records, and that loss to Atlanta might come back and bite, the Eagles. So still a long way to go. But, yeah, you want to play Jared Goff and the Detroit Lions outdoors and not indoors in Michigan.
All right, Mike, last night's Sixers win. Let's flip gears out of there. 29 from Paul George. Looked like a young Paul George last night. Not playing tonight. Joel Embiid, out. I don't know where we are with this team, but finally looked like they got something going. They win 2 wins in a row. No Paul George tonight. How disheartening is that?
Yeah, that's the problem, Mike, right? You see some signs of life. They win a couple of games in a row. Paul George looks good last night. You say to yourself, hey, can the Sixers build off that? Maybe they can start building a little momentum. You take a look at the standings, and you look at the NBA Eastern Conference, and you see there's a lot of teams under 500. But you get pumped up, and then you check in, X or Twitter today, and all of a sudden nobody's playing tonight. So against a very good Orlando Magic team that's coming off a loss to the Knicks and probably wants to get back on the winning track itself. So that's the problem right now with the Philadelphia 76ers. There's nothing to get excited about. You just kind of, when you see that injury report today, you kind of roll your eyes. Who's turning on the TV to watch that game tonight?
Very frustrating, Mike. No hot stove news here. Do you start to look at the Phillies and wondering if they're going to be able to pull something off, Dave Dombrowski, or does this quiet time tell you something big is about to happen?
No, I think we're going to see. I believe the winter meetings start next weekend, or even I think this Sunday, basically down in Texas. The winter meetings start up, so I would expect the Philadelphia Phillies to sort of open up the market and begin to make some moves very shortly here. We haven't seen that many moves throughout all of baseball. I think the Mets signed Frankie Montanas, right? The Dodgers added Blake Snell. Juan Soto seems to be narrowing his decision. So once he makes a decision and that domino falls, maybe that opens things up for some other people. But I would expect the Philadelphia Phillies to get busy here. I do not expect them to run it back. I fully expect somebody who was in the starting lineup in 2024 not to be in the starting lineup opening day of 2025. And Mike, this is a team with, with some needs to fill. Specifically bullpen. Who's coming out of the bullpen? Jeff Hoffman and Estevez are both free agents. This is a team that's got to pick up some relievers and maybe shake up the lineup a little bit. So they have some work to do. And with the winter meetings starting next week, I would expect some things to start happening fairly shortly.
Mike McGarry, Press of Atlantic City, PressOfAC.com, signing day. We got a couple local football players that are going to be playing on Saturday on the television.
Yeah, big day today, early signing day period. So Lotia Brooks of Millville signing for Alabama. Sinai DeGraffenwright, Ice Cup from Atlantic City signing for Rutgers. Braswell Thomas from Pleasantville did not play this season because of an injured elbow. He is headed to Penn State. Countless other players headed to different schools. Matt Bonsack of St. Augustine headed out to Marist. So always a great day at these schools. They celebrate with the big signing ceremonies, friends, families, coaches, teachers. A big day for college football fans. And if you check out pressofac.com, we've got a running story up there with everybody who has signed so far today. The two leading guys, of course, Mr. Brooks from Millville and Ice Cup from Atlantic City, two of the best players to ever play in this area.
Yeah, and by the way, Braswell Thomas, who missed the whole year, he's going to Penn State. He's at, lower? Then he transferred to Pleasantville, right?
Correct.
Yes.
Then he transferred to Pleasantville, injured his elbow at a summer football camp up at Penn State in the offseason, missed this entire season, but he signed today to head back up to Happy Valley.
All right, Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City's back on Friday. We'll take a look at the NFL weekend. Sixers will play the Magic again on Friday. They play the Magic tonight, and on Friday we'll see if the hot stove starts to heat up, and more with Mike McGarry here on the Sports Bash. Thank you, buddy.
All right, Michael, we'll see you down the road. Thanks.
Sure will. Mike McGarry, Press of Atlantic City, of course, here on the Sports Bash Mondays, Wednesdays, Fridays. Check him out here on the Sports Bash. I'm Mike Gill. We got so much more coming up, including in the 3 o'clock hour. Ryan Rothstein's back for a couple segments. We'll get into some Eagles topics, some Sixers topics. Also, later on in the show, college football. It's the sport that always has people debate. That's the one really cool thing about college football. Even if you don't watch, everybody has an opinion on teams they've never seen before. We'll tell you which opinions are right and wrong during the Big Three tonight. Plus, later on, Nick's Nuggets are back. We'll see what Nicky Nuggets has today. That's at 4:30. Don't forget, follow us on all our social media channels at 973 ESPN on Facebook, on Twitter, on TikTok, on Instagram, and you can get clips and snippets of the Sports Bash all day long. I'm Mike Gill, and this is the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN.
This is South Jersey's official home for Philadelphia Eagles football. The Eagles continue the 2024 season this Sunday, hosting the Carolina Panthers.
Looking, he is firing, and it is caught for a touchdown! H.J. Brown!
Pre-game coverage starts at noon with Merrill Reese and Mike Quick calling all the action starting at 1 p.m. This is the play-by-play home of the Philadelphia Eagles, 97.3 ESPN, South Jersey's Eagles station.
Hey, it's Mike Gill. The Nizam's Indian Restaurant on Route 40 in Egg Harbor Township is ready to serve you delicious Indian dishes. NJ.com ranked them as the #2 best restaurant in all of New Jersey. And this just in. It's their Eagles football special. Your table receives free tandoori, spicy chicken wings if the Eagles win for dine-in customers only. Join them for a special lunch buffet, Fridays through Sundays from 11:30 to 3 p.m. Visit thenizams.com for more information.
Go for the magic this holiday season at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. Stay in one of their holiday-themed rooms or suites and enjoy a touch of holiday spirit. And for those on the naughty list this year, you can reserve an exclusive suite inspired by the most beloved green Christmas villain of all time. Wake up to stunning ocean views and experience the festive magic that brings the holiday spirit to life. Reserve your holiday escape now at theoceanac.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Let's face it, winter can be a hard season. It's cold pretty much all the time. Blizzard. You have to shovel. Another blizzard. You slip on ice. But you know what makes winter suck a little less? Getting a free phone. Join Cricket Nation and get a free Samsung Galaxy A15 5G. Ouch. Welcome to enjoying more. Welcome to Cricket Nation. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Cricket 5G is not available everywhere. Must open a new line on the $60 unlimited plan. First month service charge and tax due at sale. Fees, terms, and other restrictions apply. See cricketwireless.com for details.
Winter is approaching. Are you prepared? Don't get left in the dark. Kelvy Electric, a certified Generac dealer, has you covered. From installation to maintenance, they're your go-to experts for Generac generators, ensuring your home stays powered through any storm. A Generac home standby generator will automatically restore power to your home during an outage, so your life goes on uninterrupted. Put your trust in Kelvy Electric, the premier electrical contractor, serving South Jersey for over 110 years. Visit KelvyElectric.com today and stay ahead of any storm.
Find what you love, love what you find. A Total Wine and More. There's so much waiting for you. Spirits and beer, thousands of wine. Guys in the know and prices so low, it just might blow your mind. You're gonna find what you love and love what you find.
With curbside pickup available, you'll always find what you love only at Total Wine & More.
Drink responsibly, B21.
Why would someone looking for a mortgage at the Jersey Shore take a loan from a company in Detroit or North Carolina or some other far-off place? Online mortgages promise a lot but don't always deliver. First Bank of Sea Isle City knows the Jersey Shore. We are local lenders. We use local appraisers and provide in-house processing. We understand the unique obstacles of financing in Cape May County. Don't take a chance. Local banking is better. Let us guide you. First Bank of Sea Isle City.
Member FDIC. Equal housing lender.
The holidays are here at the Home Depot, so let's get to decorating. Find your perfect tree in our huge assortment of shapes, sizes, and styles. Like the easy-to-assemble Jackson Noble fir, with pre-lit branches perfect for styling with all your favorite ornaments. Or the Flock Starry Light Fraser fir, with over 1,900 pre-lit memory wire branches that keep their shape so it's ready right out of the box. Ooh. Find the perfect tree now at the Home Depot.
I'm Dr. Caitlin Baston, New Jersey's health commissioner. As a physician and a mother, I know the importance of vaccines. They protect us all from serious illness. With your kids in school, help them stay healthy and ready to learn. Get them vaccinated against COVID, flu, and other preventable diseases. Set a date today. Learn more at nj.gov/health/vaccines.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Looking for the perfect RV to hit the open road this fall? Look no further than Hitch RV, your premier RV dealer. They're offering unbeatable pricing during their fall reduction sale on a wide range of RVs, from cozy travel trailers to luxurious motorhomes. Hitch RV is dedicated to providing exceptional customer service and quality RVs. Visit them today at hitchrv.com/Berlin or call 856-629-7400. Hitch RV, your adventure awaits.
You're listening to The Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN and the free mobile app.
Paul George out of Palmdale, California, one-on-one, rising for three. It's good again. He meets the challenge. 25, Miller and George in a shootout with the veteran against the young gun for Charlotte.
Yeah, George last night, Brandon Miller, those guys were going back and forth. It was fun down the stretch, but you won't get it tonight. Paul George out for the game tonight. He helped them win a game last night. Can you imagine? Paul George was signed to help them win a game. He played in the game, but will not play tonight. Paul George out for the game. By the way, according to TickPick, got to watch when I say that.
You got to be careful.
That's a tough one.
That's a tough one, Mike.
According to TickPick, the Sixers tickets are available tonight for Nicky Nosebleeds here for as low as $2. You going? That's even one that you could go to there.
I mean,
Josh.
I could even pull that one off, yeah.
Right? You take Nicky Nuggets, the two of you sit up in the nosebleeds.
I mean,
you go check out Adem Bona.
I mean, that's a deal where you say, hey, Nick, I'll buy the tickets. You pay for the parking.
I'm sure Nuggets would take you up on that. Nuggets a great dude.
He is a good dude.
Yeah.
I've hung out with him plenty of times, so I know he's a good time.
I got this one, too. This is interesting. Tyronn Lue says James Harden refuses to sit out back-to-back games. Even when we want him to sit down when we have 4 games in 5 nights, he refuses to do it. James Harden.
I mean how
James
am I
Harden, people couldn't get out of here fast enough. Now it's almost like he's trolling you. He's saying, I don't want to play back-to-backs, but I will just to stick it to that guy. This is a joke, though. I can't imagine, again, this is being so poorly managed by the entire organization. You can't play a guy, now he played 37 minutes last night. You can't tell me he played 37 minutes. Then the guy sits at his locker last night and says over and over again that he wants to play in the game. I want to play. I want to play. I want to play. And then you announce, early in the day, it was announced like 5 hours ago, that he's not playing in the game. What are we doing? What are we doing? LeBron James is almost 40, and he's out to play all 82 games. I get it. Paul George has been hurt. He's been injured. That has kept him out of games. But if you are back and ready to play, you can't be back one night and not the next night. You're either back or you're not. This whole making a decision on whether or not you can play a back-to-back, here, I got an idea for you. Get out there, you test yourself, and you say, hey, tonight, coach, I got 15 minutes for you. I got 15. You need me for 15? You got me. And then you go from there. No Embiid, no George tonight. No Lowry. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Sixers, Magic tonight.
It's Sixers basketball tonight on 97.3 ESPN with the voice of the Sixers, Tom McGinnis, calling all the exciting play-by-play action.
Maxey steps back, three-point shot up. It's good. Maxey delivering. The Sixers take the lead, and the crowd is absolutely stunned.
It's Sixers match tonight. Coverage begins at 7:30. It's Sixers basketball all season long on South Jersey's radio home for Philadelphia 76ers basketball. 97.3 ESPN.
Hi, it's Pete from Chickie and Pete's. Wrap up your workday with the all-new Chickies and Pete's Happy Hour with unbeatable specials weekdays from 4 to 6 p.m. Enjoy half-price orders of Chickies medium tender wings, one of our tasty and delicious pizzas, or an order of mouth-watering hot, cold, or fried shrimp. Plus $3 domestic bottled beers, $5 Tito's, and $6 seltzers. It's the all-new Happy Hour, weekdays 4 to 6 p.m., only at Chickies and Pete's. Hi, it's Pete from Chickie and Pete's. Now, for a limited time, it's buy one, get one free snow crab legs every Tuesday and Wednesday. Buy one, get one free, and enjoy the sweet, delicate flavor of snowy white crab meat. Pair it with one of our handcrafted cocktails like the Stoli Vanilla Creamsicle or the Bourbon Peach Sweet Tea. Top it off with Chickie and Pete's world famous crab fries. Buy one, get one free snow crab legs every Tuesday and Wednesday for a limited time. Restrictions apply only at Chickies and Pete's.
Score a touchdown when you bank with Jersey Shore Federal Credit Union. Catch lower rates on loans and higher rates on savings. You'll cheer when you don't have to pay a penny to get your own money since they offer 85,000 surcharge-free ATMs. Get the details or open an account online with just a $25 minimum deposit at JerseyShoreFCU.org or swing to a branch in Northfield, Galloway, Hemington, or Rio Grande. Federally insured by NCUA, Equal Housing Lender.
The holidays are here at the Home Depot. If you're working on getting ready for company,
a lot of company,
make sure you're ready with Black Friday savings. Get up to 40% off select appliances, plus up to an extra $1,000 off select kitchen appliances. Upgrade your kitchen with top brands like GE Profile and get sleek cutting-edge appliances to make sure you
got hosting handled.
Yeah, you do. Get Black Friday savings now with free delivery and financing on select appliances this holiday at the Home Depot. Offer valid November 6th through December 4th. U.S. only. See store online for details.
I need a new car. Under 20 grand? Okay, well, what's my trade worth? You know what? I'm going to Matt Blatt Kia, where I can get some straight talk.
Brand new Matt Blatt Kia Forte LXS, under 20 grand. That's right, a brand new Kia, just $19,999. With any trade, that's less than most used vehicles. Currently buried in a loan or lease, Matt Blatt Kia wants to get you released and into your new Kia with zero down, zero payments until February, even 0% for 72 months on every clearly marked new Matt Blatt Kia in stock. So bring any trade, because if you have a job clearing $450 per week, we want to get you approved today.
It's gotta be a Matt Blatt Kia.
With approved credit, 24 ED9, 1389 per thousand finance. Not all will qualify. Credit and down payment. Offers can't be combined. Go to mattblackdfj.com for complete details. Or 888-505-6670. Price includes no cost to be paid by consumer, except for licensing, registration, and taxes. Repaying after rebates and incentives to dealer. Expires 12/4/24. Matt Blatt Kia, 6211 Black Horse Pike, Egg Harbor Township, and on Route 37 in Toms River.
Oh no, my phone.
Hear that? It's the sound of a skater dropping her phone and smashing it on the ice. Yep, it's definitely broken. But at Verizon, we got you. For a limited time, trade in any phone, any condition from one of our top brands and get a new Samsung Galaxy S24 Plus on Unlimited Ultimate and Watch 7 and Tab S9 FE 5G. That's up to $1,900 in value. So you'll save big on 3 great gifts. Only at Verizon. Service plan required for watch and tablet. Up to $1,900 value based on phone, watch, and tablet. Trade in and additional terms apply. See Verizon.com for details.
Winter is approaching. Are you prepared? Don't get left in the dark. Kelvy Electric, a certified Generac dealer, has you covered. From installation to maintenance, they're your go-to experts for Generac generators, ensuring your home stays powered through any storm. A Generac home standby generator will automatically restore power to your home during an outage, so your life goes on uninterrupted. Put your trust in Kelvy Electric, the premier electrical contractor, serving South Jersey for over 110 years. Visit KelvyElectric.com today and stay ahead of any storm.
Go for the magic this holiday season at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. Stay in one of their holiday-themed rooms or suites and enjoy a touch of holiday spirit. And for those on the naughty list this year, you can reserve an exclusive suite inspired by the most beloved green Christmas villain of all time. Wake up to stunning ocean views and experience the festive magic that brings the holiday spirit to life. Reserve your holiday escape now at theoceanac.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Home of the Philadelphia Eagles,
They've got him. It's a sack.
Sixers,
Oh, baby.
and Flyers.
He scored.
97.3 ESPN, WENJ, WENJ HD, Millville, Atlantic City, a Town Square media station serving all of South Jersey. This is the Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Now live from inside the Ocean Casino Resort studio, here's Mike Gill.
3 o'clock, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, live video streaming on the X platform, YouTube, at Mike Gill Show. Use the hashtag SB Live. This hour brought to you by Broadlee's Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning, your trusted source for heating, plumbing, service, and installation for generations. Call them at 609-390-3907, online, broadlees.net. Sixers take on the Orlando Magic, first of two. It's a home and home tonight in Philadelphia. $2 tickets. You can get them. Not bad. $2. Upper deck. Little Nicky nosebleeds. He'll join us at 4:30 today. We'll see if he wants to go for $2 tonight. Ryan Rothstein is a blogger and a podcaster and a host of the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. We had a good time at Mud Hen Brewing Company last week. Had a bunch of conversations down there. We'll further them now here on a Wednesday, as we do on the Sports Bash 97.3 ESPN. A lot of topics out there. So many things to hit on right now. Interested to see what's top of mind here, because you got an Eagles win over Baltimore. Did that win anybody over? You got a lot of Sirianni buzz, a lot of noise around Nick Sirianni. Saw you tweet at me about 20 minutes ago, some thoughts on Nick, and kind of interesting there to go down that road, but we can certainly read that one off in a second. Got the Sixers tonight as well. After 2 straight wins, they're going to go and back to sitting Joel Embiid and Paul George. An interesting strategy there. So what is top of mind today?
There's a lot, right? We tried to filter it before my segment right now, and it's like, oh, this one too. Oh, and that, and that, and that. So we'll see what we can try and squeeze in. But, I mean, I do have 2 cents on Sirianni. We don't have to spend the whole segment on him if you want to start there just for a couple minutes.
Yeah, I saw your tweet here. It says, this is at Wise Rye 27 minutes ago. Nick Sirianni definitely needs to get a playoff win to save his job. This is the best team, most talented roster in the entire NFL. He was gifted a great team. He needs to get this team deep into the playoffs.
And I don't think that's, maybe the first line is a little hot takey, but I don't think that's me being out of control there. That's what he needs to do. You look at what happened last season, particularly at the back end of last season. We all know what happened, a collapse of ultimate proportions. And look at this roster, MG, and listeners out there. Quarterback, 9th highest, getting paid $51 million a year. Running back, top 3 and highest paid, $12.6 a year. A.J. Brown, 3rd highest. Devontae Smith, 11th highest wide receiver. Dallas Goedert, 5th highest tight end. They have 3 of the top 10 highest paid offensive linemen on their team. I mean, their team is an all-star team at literally every single position. They're running through opponents right now. They're expected, hopefully, fingers crossed, to be the 1 seed. They need a Super Bowl trip here under Nick Sirianni, especially with what the DC has been doing, Mike Gill. Look at Vic Fangio. I tell you what, he is a great replacement at head coach, if he isn't already sort of the head coach behind closed doors already.
Well, there's a couple things there. One, Vic Fangio was a head coach, and he wasn't a very good head coach. Some guys are not made to be head coaches. You know who is made to be a head coach? Nick Sirianni. Vic Fangio has been a head coach and has not been a good head coach. Some guys are better in the role of coordinator. I think that's what makes this team what they are. Let these guys grow together. Fangio is not getting another head coaching opportunity. He's the defensive coordinator here. He's like a Wade Phillips. He'll be the coordinator here until he feels like going, because he's never going to get hired to be a head coach again. Maybe Kellen Moore gets a head coaching opportunity. We'll see if he gets one, and that would be a problem, because now you're hiring another offensive coordinator. But I think what gets overlooked about Nick and what has made this team 10 wins, 3 straight seasons. It's only been done. It's the 4th time, period. That's it. That's the only 4. Andy Reid, Buddy Ryan, Dick Vermeil. Oh, and this guy who everybody says, let's get rid of this guy.
So
He's
let me
he's the steady hand of this team.
I hear you, and I don't disagree with all of that. I really don't. I mean, I'm certainly more critical than you are, but let me just ask you this: if the Eagles lose their all right, good.
By the way, it's fair to be critical because there is no perfection. We act like these guys have to be perfect, and if they're not perfect, then they're not good enough. We'll fire Sirianni to complain about the next guy.
For sure. And listen, that's a fair point, and I'm not screaming and yelling to fire him, but I at the very least, hypothetical, obviously, if they lose their first playoff game, especially if it's after a bye, I think it's more than fair that they should be we will be having the combo, but Jeffrey Lurie and Howie Roseman, that they'll be having that conversation. It would be malpractice if they didn't.
It depends on how they lose. Is it 38-3? Did they just completely get outclassed? And it didn't look like they showed up for the game. Did they look unprepared? Did he make a decision in the game that cost them? I mean, if it's 38-35 and the defense lets them down after playing well all year, I don't know that you point the finger at Sirianni. You're probably saying, hey, the defense just didn't have a good game, and that's on Vic Fangio and his crew, because Sirianni is not getting all that involved in Vic Fangio's game plan and the way that goes down. So if it's 38-35, they lose, hard game against Minnesota or, something like that, I think he's probably okay. Now, 38-3, they don't show up, they get undressed, they absolutely get embarrassed. Okay, maybe you say you have that discussion of, has this guy taken us as far as he goes? Look, there's two ways here. You had the Reed years. They let that go for 14 years.
Yeah.
Not getting it done. Getting to Super Bowl, losing. 4 NFC championship games, losing in those games. They didn't pull the rug out from under him. Peterson, I think that was more Peterson's decision. I don't think they wanted to fire Doug. I think they said, look, this is what we want you to do. And Doug said, I don't want to do that. And they said, okay, what are we going to do here? And Doug said, get rid of me then. And they said, okay, fine. I think they like the stability, and they like being constantly in play. They know they can't win the Super Bowl every year, but they want to be one of the teams that is considered a Super Bowl contender year in and year out.
100%. But to your point with how they handled Coach Doug Peterson, right? Like I think there's a strong possibility that they have changed their approach on how they handle and view the head coach, right? Like I don't think they want a coach here for 14 straight years, right? Like if it happens, it happens, but they sort of put Doug in a corner there, right? Like, I'm not going to sit here and say that was 100% Doug's choice. It was Doug's choice because they tied both of his hands behind his back. So
no doubt.
We don't have to get too far down that rabbit hole, but
I think you're right about that.
Yeah, I think the point is there that they're looking at the approach of building a roster, building a franchise is more so in the front office. And if they put out a good team to win each and every year based off their strengths in the front office, that the head coach is sort of can be an afterthought to a degree.
I think the team is happy with having the style of head coach that Nick is. Be the CEO guy that the players like playing for, who has, by all accounts, the respect of the players, holds people accountable, all of the things that you're looking for. And then on game day, he lets his guys do his thing. This is one of the things that we don't talk about with Nick Sirianni a lot. And I always feel like we have this mentality of the football coach. He has to be the play caller. He's got to be the guy that calls all the plays. And if he doesn't, then what does he do? I don't want my guy to call plays. Those guys have too much on their plate to be also calling a trivial 2nd down and 9 play. Let your guy do that. Manage the clock. Don't waste time out. Make the right decision.
But he's shown that he's had issues with all of that. I think that's the biggest problem. It's like fans will jokingly say, what do you do here, bro? Because like the only things that he seemingly is in charge of that he struggled with in recent history of, game situations of having to make a tough decision on the fly. Like he goes for 2, one quarter, he doesn't the next. Like there's no rhyme or reason to his thought process.
Well, I think we're going to the one game against Jacksonville where that was completely bizarre, that it was the whole game. They were just making these irrational decisions, which, by the way, they weren't all that irrational according to the analytics. So you can ask the question, That's just an organizational philosophy to follow the analytics and go for it. Hey, we're going to be aggressive through hell or high water, because we've had the discussion on the show with he doesn't go for it. He's got to answer to his bosses. Hey, we said we're going to be aggressive. Why are you not going for 2 in these situations? But other than that Jacksonville game, we really haven't had – he's done a great job in his 4 years of timeouts, time management. Andy Reid every week, timeouts and time management. That was a constant discussion. We never talk about that. Timeouts, time management, what are you doing? How are you running the clock? It happens every once in a while. These guys aren't perfect, but that is not something that is perpetual for him.
No, it's fair. And what's weird with Andy Reid is I feel like he hasn't had that issue once in Kansas City. It's like, has age just changed Andy Reid? Maybe it's Mahomes, but it's just weird.
Possibility, and I say, I had this conversation a lot, is why do we think we hire a head coach and he's supposed to be an expert at play calling, play designing, clock management, all of it? Like, why? No, I mean, like I said, like I host the show. Fair. Why would you think I'm? Why would you think I'm going to be able to both host and produce the show? I can't. So why, as the play caller, should I also be an expert clock management guy? It's not what I'm. You hired me because of my acumen in play. Now you would say, why did you hire Nick Sirianni? And I think that is in lie the factor here, right? He got hired, and you were not excited or disappointed. You were just kind of like, I don't know how to feel. I don't even know this guy. So he was behind,
and that was their second straight hire like that.
So he started behind the 8 ball. To begin with, where people weren't excited about him. Some people were like, I'll give the guy the benefit of the doubt. But when you start from that point, it's hard to win people over, because if you make one mistake, everybody is out to say, I knew this guy was an idiot.
Right. No, 1,000%, right? It's damned if you do, damned if you don't. And once again, we've discussed this in the past, in recent past, of you have to credit the front office. Like, to me, it's they have the confidence in their process that they're not just going after, quote, a name. They're not going after a 65-year-old head coach who's been in the business for 25 years because people know his name, right? Like, it's a Doc Rivers type of hire. They're not doing those types of hires. Between Doug Peterson, even Chip Kelly, and now Nick Sirianni, those were 3 outside-the-box type of hires.
The Peterson one was right. Nobody else talked to him that year. That was solely that Andy Reid, they had a pipeline. They talked to Andy. Andy said, hey, I'm endorsing this guy. Hire him. And he got that job based on relationships. I think that's pretty obvious, because nobody else was going to hire or even interview Doug Peterson. I don't know where Sirianni came out of right field. In fact, when they said they were going to hire interview the guy, you were like, okay, this guy's got no shot. I mean, no one's ever even heard of the guy. But that tree of Frank Reich, I think, was pretty strong at that point. They liked Frank, and were like, hey, Frank's like, hey, I got a guy. You should talk to him. And boom, here he is. Now, 4 years later, he's the only coach other than Reed, Ryan, and Vermeil to lead them to 3 straight 10-win seasons. And yet we constantly keep trying to find the why nots instead of, hey, this team's it keeps winning every year. Are we going to win the Super Bowl every year? No, that cannot happen. But is he good enough to get you to the Super Bowl? He's already proven that. So if you get to that spot, are you not good enough to win it?
Yeah, I think it's fair. I also think life in professional sports, especially the NFL, especially as a head coach in the NFL, is unfair. And you look at last season and how it ended. He needs a bounce back type of year, especially given the success they're having.
Is this not it? Is this not the bounce back type of year?
It seems like it, right? But we've seen this last season. So they need to get into the playoffs and have some success there. I think that's the bounce back.
The last season, I think it's fair that everybody reverts back to. When they were 2-2, that's where I think it got squashed. The season could have gone off the rails. They're 2-2. They lost that bad game against Atlanta where Barkley, if Barkley catches that ball, they have 1 loss.
Yeah.
I mean, so really, they answered the questions if last season was behind them after the 4th week of the season when they ripped off 8 wins in a row. That is, to me, the indictment on, hey, last year happened. Okay, yes, and they moved on past it. This team is significantly better than last year's team. They had no Saquon Barkley to turn to when they were in danger last year. Now they do. They got 5 guys on defense that they did not have last year that have changed the defense. Mitchell DeJean, Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, Zach Bond, Nakobe Dean did not play last year. He was hurt. Those 5 guys have changed the dynamics of this defense. The problems of last year, they're gone. Those guys are gone. Those coaches are gone. Those issues are gone.
No, I think you're right. It's just I don't want to get too ahead of myself with that, but seemingly it looks like that they've moved past last season. But I will just add this, right? Like you look at the remaining schedule for Philly and Detroit, although Minnesota is sneakily involved in the number 1 seed conversation, the Eagles' schedule compared to the Lions' schedule, right? Like if there's somehow a collapse where the Eagles don't get the 1 seed and beat out the Detroit Lions, right? Like the Lions have the Packers, the Bills, Minnesota, all remaining on their schedule. And we know what the Eagles have. The Eagles have a bunch of high school teams on their schedule looking to lose those games.
You can't do anything, though, unless they slip up. Keep that in mind.
What, unless the Lions slip up, you're saying?
Yeah, I mean, if the Lions keep winning, there's nothing you can do about it.
Right, but I'm going with the assumption that they're not going to keep winning. They have 3 really, really good teams still remaining on their schedule, so it's going to be tough for them to pull out, an undefeated record.
Absolutely. Listen, I think if you look at it, there is a window open that you have an easier schedule than they do down the stretch. And here's the interesting part. We were talking about this with McGarry last hour. The Eagles win out. If they have to win out, even if Detroit does slip up, the Eagles and lose 1 game, the Eagles would still have to win out and then get some help in that realm on tiebreakers and stuff. But if they win out in this regular season, to win the Super Bowl, they would have to now win 17 straight games.
So you're implying we don't want them to win out.
Somebody brought it up the other day of like, hey, do we want them to slip up somewhere? Well, not if you want them to get the number 1 seed, but then if you look at it the other way, do you really see any team winning 17 straight games?
I know. It's a great point. I don't see any team winning 17 straight, but if you and I both said what's the easiest path to a Super Bowl, it's obviously the 1 seed. It's getting that bye and having 2 playoff home games, at the link. That's your path.
Absolutely. So you got to keep playing for the 1 seed. You got to keep pushing forward for that. You got to hope Detroit slips up, probably not once but twice, because if you finish with the same record, it gets into wonkiness. Head-to-head, they don't play. Common opponent, and that gets a little wonky because you played Green Bay. They played Green Bay twice. There's Jack. They got a couple common opponents in there that they both lost to Tampa. So the tie-breaking situation, I don't think you want to get into that with them. I mean, these 5 weeks still have a lot of fireworks to get ready to go. This is like the Tropicana on Friday nights in the summer. You're going to have fireworks every Friday night because these weeks still have a lot of meeting, even when you're playing Carolina this weekend.
It's really going to be interesting down the stretch here. And the Lions have won 10 straight games. We're talking about winning streaks. I mean, 10 for the Lions, 8 for the Birds. So it's going to get weird here, MG.
No doubt. And I think one of the big differences between this team and last year's team is that defense. Vic Fangio, the impact he's had on this team. Sirianni, it reminds me a lot of differences. Obviously, Sean McVay calls the plays for the Rams. But when Sean McVay was the offensive play caller and the head coach for the Rams, he had Wade Phillips and said, Wade, it's your defense. Do what you got to do here. And I think Fangio has got carte blanche to kind of run this thing.
Oh, yeah. I think it's obvious that he does. And it seems like every button that he's been pushing throughout the year is the right one. He's turning garbage into gold, as Mark Zumoff used to say. I mean, everything Vic Fangio is doing is working. So just let him eat, man. Just let him continue to operate that defense.
We got a couple text messages coming in, 609-403-0973, 609-403-0973. Bunch of stuff here. Let's go. Let's see. You guys, you have to give Sirianni credit for listening to the fans. Most coaches are very stubborn. The obvious way for this team to be successful is to run the ball and take the points. They've been the best team in football since Sirianni took the advice. Terry and Galloway. Terry, if you think the Eagles were listening to the fans, there's Ancora's up the road.
Hey, let a man dream.
Yeah, Nick Sirianni sat there and said, hey, Terry and Galloway's got a great idea. No, they've been doing this for weeks. Everybody acts like all of a sudden this has been the Eagles. This is who they've been all season long. They've run the ball. They've taken chances. The one game against Jacksonville, they took chances, and it didn't work out for them. They do it all the time. It just works for them. The game that didn't work stands out, but this is who they've been virtually the whole year. When else since Jacksonville have there been moments where they're like, oh, my God, they got to just – no. They take the points when the analytics say take the points. When the analytics say don't, they go for it. This isn't different or new. They didn't listen to Terry and Galloway or any other idiot out there.
I will say this, though, that if we're trying to nitpick, the first 15 plays are always a head scratcher to me. Right? Like, even against Baltimore, you're like, what are they doing? Like, they barely gave Saquon the ball the first 15 plays. So you wonder what their thought process is to start each and every one of these games, because they are known to start every game slow, MG. And I thought in Baltimore, it was going to come back to bite them in the rear. Go down 9-0, a couple of really early 3-and-outs, couldn't get anything going. And luckily they bounced back. But that is one thing that you sort of scratch your head at for trying to find something.
Yeah, I mean, why do they get off to these slow starts? It's so perplexing. And, the one thing I'll give them credit for, though, is they're down 9-0, and they didn't lose patience. They didn't get crazy. They didn't try to throw their way back into the game. They stuck with who they are. They said, listen, this is who we've been. And even if we're getting 2 yards and 3 yards and 4 yards and 3 yards and 2 yards and 4 yards, we're just going to keep doing it and keep doing it and keep doing it. And look, they threw the ball 19 times in the game, and that's enough for them right now. I mean, it's such a weird thing because last year when they were 10-1, we kept saying, man, good teams find ways to win. They're finding ways to win. And then it fell apart. The weird part about last year, they beat mostly good teams. They lost to bad teams. They beat Kansas City. They beat Buffalo. They beat Dallas. They beat Miami. They lost to Arizona. They lost to the Giants. They lost to the Jets. I mean, it is the weirdest thing possible.
Yeah, you couldn't really make sense of it. But you're right. Listen, the arrival of Saquon is the huge, obvious difference maker between Saquon and Vic Fangio. You do feel a whole heck of a lot better about this year's team. It's just undeniable.
Well, and listen, the slow starts are only able to be overcome because of the defense. It goes back to the defense, that the fact that the defense is keeping them in here. But, a lot of those first 15, it's like a fight. They're trying to kind of feel out the opponent. What are you showing me? What are you doing? Because that's the one thing I think the Eagles and their offense doesn't get enough credit for is, are they setting stuff up for later on down the road, later on in the game? Hey, you know what?
Maybe.
This play might not be successful in the first time, but it'll show us something that we can do third quarter. You saw Baltimore bring 8 up, slowly start creeping because the Eagles just kept sticking with it, and then they nail you. They get you over the top. They do that a lot. They had the little slip out to Goddard. That was a play where, hey, he just slipped out behind the defense because the defense is so concerned about Barkley. Even when Barkley doesn't get the ball, you're saying they didn't give him the ball, but when they don't give him the ball, he goes out into the flat. You got 2 guys going out there with him. So, Hey, listen, the offense I think still is perplexing at times, but
I think it could be perplexing. Let me just ask you this. Do you have any doubt regarding the quarterback, regarding Jalen Hurts? Because there has been so much taken off his plate, and I think that is the best thing for him, right? Like, he needs to have a healthy dose of a running game. He needs to have the play action threat and the running threat. All of that has worked, and it's worked well, but we haven't really seen him dominate or take over a game, right? Like, and at some point, if you want to win a Super Bowl, a quarterback's going to have to ball out and win you a big game or have a big fourth quarter.
Yeah.
Do you have any doubt when it comes to that?
I think the question's very fair. I go back to Jalen Hurts in the Super Bowl was the best player on the field. So why can't I expect him to be that player?
Because he hasn't been in a while. Rust. I don't know.
It's as perplexing as the discussions we're having. Why they fell apart last year. How come the quarterback isn't 35 times, 27 of 35 for 330 yards and 3 touchdowns? Why isn't he that guy for the money that you paid him? You would think that was the expectations, but I'll give him credit. They're not forcing him to be that guy. They're saying, we're going to ask you to do something 19 times, but when we ask you, produce.
Yeah. No, and even last game, Dallas Goedert was getting involved, right? Like it hasn't only been force feeding A.J. Brown at times. So they've done it in different ways as well.
Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. We got a lot more to get into. Eagles and the Carolina Panthers this week. We'll get into that. A little bit more Eagles. Sixers tonight against the Magic. No Paul George, no Joel Embiid, no Kyle Lowry, no Andre Drummond. No chance. Have the Sixers done some things, though, that give you a little better feeling? We'll get into that. Golden Bat. Alec Boehm on the move. According to reports, the Phillies have asked the Mariners for George Kirby or Logan Gilbert in exchange for Alec Boehm. Good luck with that. If I'm the Mariners, I hang up and never answer the phone again on that trade offer. That's according to Adam Jude of the Seattle Times. 1 hour from now, Knicks Nuggets. Sports Bash coming up. I'm Mike Gill. Ryan Rothstein rejoins me for another segment next here on the Sports Bash.
You're listening to the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
When you're not down with that, we got 2 work for you.
On 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
Tired of hearing no? Everywhere you go, we turn no into go during the Black Nissan's November sales event. Say no to high-priced new cars. Brand new Matte Black Nissan Sentra S, just $19,999. Say no to low trade offers. AJ the Trade Man wants your trade, no matter the make, miles, or condition. Say no to down payments. Say no to payments for 90 days. And say no to high interest rates. 60 months, 0% financing on every clearly marked new Nissan. Backed by Matt Black's 4-day love it or leave it return policy. Tired of hearing no to a discount on a new ride? New 25 Sentra S, under 20 grand.
Oh yeah, it's on at Matt Black Nissan.
Approved Tier 1 credit for Matt. Negative equity refinance. PIN number SY231649. MSRP 22,730 plus tax tag at $689.50. Offers can't be combined 0% for 60 months. Call 877-289-6667 or go to MattBlackNissan.com for complete details. Offer ends 12/5/24. It's on at Matt Black Nissan on the Black Horse Pike. Egg Harbor Township.
Shop Black Friday deals now at Lowe's. Get up to 50% off select major appliances. Plus, take an additional 10% off when you buy select major appliances. And get 2 free select tools with purchase of a select combo kit or battery kit from brands like Cobalt, Craftsman, and DeWalt. Hurry and shop these savings only for a limited time because Lowe's knows deals. Valid 11/28 through 12/4. Cannot be combined with additional discounts. See Lowe's.com for more details and qualifying items. While supplies last. Selection varies by location.
Hi, it's Pete from Chicky and Pete's. Wrap up your workday with the all-new Chickies and Pete's Happy Hour with unbeatable specials weekdays from 4 to 6 p.m. Enjoy half-price orders of Chickies Meaty and Tender Wings, one of our tasty and delicious pizzas, or an order of mouth-watering hot, cold, or fried shrimp. Plus $3 domestic bottled beers, $5 Tito's, and $6 seltzers. It's the all-new Happy Hour, weekdays, 4 to 6 p.m., only at Chickies and Pete's. Hi, it's Pete from Chicky and Pete's. Now, for a limited time, it's buy one, get one free snow crab legs every Tuesday and Wednesday. Buy one, get one free, and enjoy the sweet, delicate flavor of snowy white crab meat. Pair it with one of our handcrafted cocktails like the Stoli Vanilla Creamsicle or the Bourbon Peach Sweet Tea. Top it off with Chicky and Pete's world famous crab fries. Buy one, get one free snow crab legs every Tuesday and Wednesday for a limited time. Restrictions apply only at Chickies and Pete's.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like, you know to check that your seats aren't in the visitor section first, before buying tickets.
I'm so excited for this game. I can't believe you got us tickets.
Me too. Wait, are we on the wrong side?
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
This is going to be a long game.
You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Is your home ready for the season? Worried about rooms that just won't stay warm this winter? Call Jenkins Plumbing and Heating today to ask about a new energy-efficient system from American Standard Heating and Air Conditioning or a Mitsubishi Douglas system. With generous financing options through South Jersey Gas or Atlantic City Electric, plus additional savings through rebates from your local utility companies. Upgrading your system could also help lower your utility bills. Call Jenkins today or visit jenkinsandsons.com.
No two people learn the exact same way. So how did Babbel become the award-winning language learning app? We thought of you, all of you. Take Sierra. As a visual learner, she uses Babbel's wordplay videos.
Today I'll share a quick lesson on shopping in French.
Merci beaucoup. Keith is a be in the room with real people kind of learner. So he loves the live online classes with our language experts.
Okay, class. Vos está pronto.
Estamos prontos.
However you learn, Babbel makes it easy. Try Babbel for free at Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Looking for the perfect RV to hit the open road this fall? Look no further than Hitch RV, your premier RV dealer. They're offering unbeatable pricing during their fall reduction sale on a wide range of RVs, from cozy travel trailers to luxurious motorhomes. Hitch RV is dedicated to providing exceptional customer service and quality RVs. Visit them today at hitchrv.com/Berlin or call 856-629-7400. Hitch RV, your adventure awaits.
The holidays are here at the Home Depot, so let's get to decorating. Find your perfect tree in our huge assortment of shapes, sizes, and styles. Like the easy-to-assemble Jackson Noble fir, with pre-lit branches perfect for styling with all your favorite ornaments. Or the Flock Starry Light Fraser fir, with over 1,900 pre-lit memory wire branches that keep their shape so it's ready right out of the box. Ooh. Find the perfect tree now at the Home Depot.
Mike Gill. The Nizam's Indian Restaurant on Route 40 in Egg Harbor Township is ready to serve you delicious Indian dishes. NJ.com ranked them as the #2 best restaurant in all of New Jersey. And this just in. It's their Eagles football special. Your table receives free tandoori, spicy chicken wings if the Eagles win for dine-in customers only. Join them for a special lunch buffet, Fridays through Sundays from 11:30 to 3 p.m. Visit thenizams.com for more information.
It's the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
Keeping the fans entertained and happy.
On 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
332 Sports Bash this hour is brought to you by Broadley's Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning, your trusted source for heating, plumbing, service, installation for generations. 609-390-3907. Online, broadleys.net. Brian Rothstein is back for another segment here on the Sports Bash. 609-403-0973. If you want to text in on the conversation. The Sixers tonight, they take on the Orlando Magic. It's the back-to-back. Now, do you have any problem with Paul George not playing tonight? Do you like the fact that they're being precautionary with him?
Come on, man. I can't like any of this anymore. I don't care who the opponent is. It's
well, I mean, is it being irrational? You say, look, I hate it, but I understand it.
I mean, I understand it. Of course, I understand it, but I don't like it. I don't like it. They need to change their whole approach. The Sixers do, right? Like I'm seeing, the Magic stink. Well, this team stinks. Newsflash, the Sixers stink.
The Magic don't stink. They've won like 11 out of 14.
I know, but listen, the Magic are still the Magic at the end of the year, at the end of the day. I'm just getting the point across of, well, if it's not an elite team, we understand the Sixers resting guys. It's like, no, they shouldn't be resting guys against anybody because the Sixers are the worst team in the whole league.
The resting part of it, if it's legitimately necessary, is concerning. I mean, if you're at the point now where Paul George cannot play back-to-backs after he says he wants to, and I want to be out there, and if he still can't play, that's a concern for me, is that this guy...
But do we buy that? Do we buy that?
I don't know enough about his background to say, well, he was here, and he said he wanted to play, and then he never did, or you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I hear you. But just from where we're sitting, I don't buy it at all. Like he's capable of playing is my point with the question.
Well, I'm not saying that he's not capable of playing. My question is the team saying, nope, you're not playing whether you want to or not. And I think that's like, you said it. At what point do the Sixers, I had this kind of like, I don't want to say come to Jesus moment, but I was thinking about it this morning. Last year, Joel Embiid played up until February 1st, and then he got hurt, and then he missed all the way till April 2nd. So he missed the entire month of February, the entire month of March. 2 full months he did not play at all. He came back and played in the playoffs. So are the Sixers basically saying, look, as long – because, by the way, without Joel Embiid, those 2 months, they were dreadful. They were horrible. They were not a playoff-level team. So do they say, look, we went 2 months last year without him playing. We were horrible, and we won enough games early to get us into the playoffs. If we sit him the first 2 months and have him for the last, we should be able to truck off a bunch of wins and get ourselves into the playoffs. And him playing only about 40 games, he played 39, 38 games last year, something like that. Is that their mindset of saying, look, these first 2 months, whatever. Our last 2 months last year, we were terrible. This year, I don't care what we do the first 2 months. Just hang around. Like, I think right now they're about 2 games out of the playoff spot.
If that's their approach, shame on them. Maybe, listen, if that was their approach at the very start, at the very beginning, okay, I understand it. But you had to have adapted and adjusted that approach at this point. Because, I mean, you dug yourself a hole. You dug yourself a grave. I mean, this is going to be really difficult to get out of here. So I hope that's not what they're still thinking.
Yeah, but
right?
That's no. What I think that's the problem is you're saying they dug themselves a grave, and they're saying not really. I mean, we're 2 games. What are they? 2.5 games out of the playoff spot right now. So while their record looks like wow, they are so out of this, they're really not. That's the problem. Is they are 5-14. They have 14 losses. Indiana, Brooklyn, and Chicago all have 13 losses, and they're in the play-in. Atlanta has 11 losses, and they're the 6th seed. So you're 3 losses behind the 6th seed right now.
Yeah, but when you say they're not that far out of it, what is it, right? Is it the play-in? Is it the 6th seed? I mean, that's not good enough for a team that has, once again, a new variation of their roster, a team that has stars that need to figure out how to play with each other.
Totally agree with all that. I totally agree with all that. I'm just wondering if their mindset is we want to get to the playoffs healthy. Don't care what our seed is. We need to have these guys healthy because we could be the number 1 seed, but if Joel Embiid is not able to play, being the number 1 seed does nothing for us. So let's just get there with these guys as healthy as possible, and that's our best swing.
I understand that line of thinking. I don't really agree with it based off everything I just rattled off a minute ago. You need to play. You need to play. And once again, that's a big assumption of they're the second worst team in the Eastern Conference, right? Like we're just assuming we're going to insert these guys and they're going to be able to play their way up to 5th or 6th in the Eastern Conference. I don't know, maybe, probably, but that's not a given, right? Like that's not a certainty in life in the NBA. So like, I don't know. I think there needs to be a little bit more urgency from the organization and from its players.
Well, I think the lack of transparency has been a big problem in this situation. You got Paul George. One night, the guy plays 37 minutes. He scores 29 points. And the next night, you say at 11 o'clock in the morning, guess what? He's not playing tonight. So what are you supposed to think? Are we supposed to say, well, is this guy cleared to play or not? Is he not ready? I mean, how do you play 37 minutes one night and then can't play the next night? I mean, that's the part of it that is really perplexing. And then you have the guy. He's not doing himself any favors. When the organization needs to tell these guys, stop saying you want to play. Stop telling people I want to play if I can because we're not letting you play. So stop making us look like we're not talking to you.
Yeah, well, they're already controlling everything else, so they might as well control what they can and can't say. I don't necessarily disagree. I mean, but even Joel Embiid, he hasn't played since like November 20th, and it's not just the knee because there's been more than one occasion in these games that Joel Embiid has missed where the reason listed has been personal reasons. Mm-hmm. So it's like, is he hurt or is he not hurt? Is it personal reasons or is it the knee? It's like nothing makes sense.
Well, how about last night you get Nick Nurse, he gets asked a question, and he's just like, I have no idea. I don't even know anymore. It's almost as if he's like, I don't know if Joel's even on the team. I have no idea. I don't have an answer for you. He's like, he might play. I would assume he's not, but I don't know. I mean, that's the problem is the messaging from the coach is like, no one's talking
He's
to me
out of the
either.
loop.
Yeah, exactly.
He doesn't even know. So, I mean, how is any of this a recipe for any type of success? It can't be. It can't be.
It can't be. It can't be at all when he doesn't know from night to night whether he's going to play or not. And he said last night, like, he might play, but I don't expect it. Maybe. So that's a whole nother mess in this whole thing. And then, again, the optics of Paul George playing one night and that he simply is unable to go the next night. Again, I don't need him to play 37 minutes tonight. Can you give me 20? Can you give me 20 minutes tonight? Is that possible?
Right.
I don't understand why these teams just say, you're out. You can't play at all. Hey, maybe I can play. Maybe I can play 15 minutes. My team stinks right now. So if I can give them 15, let me give them 15.
Dude, especially at home right now. Like, let's get these guys in front of the fans. Like, let's get them playing in these home games. To your point, even if it's for 12 minutes, like, get Paul George out on the floor tonight at the Wells Fargo Center. I don't, all of a sudden there's going to be an empty building up there on Broad Street. I'm telling you, we are not far away from that.
Yeah, I'm wondering when that's going to happen. I've been wondering that for a while, when the apathy will kick in so much so that the building starts to suffer.
It has to be coming. A storm's coming.
Yeah. Maybe. Yeah, I agree. I do feel that people are completely spent on this whole situation. By the way, this was the quote last night from Paul George. He says, I want to play. I'm a little sore, so I'll see how I feel in the morning, but 100% want to play, especially with how we're playing right now. Absolutely. That's what Paul George said last night.
Awesome. I mean, his words are about as meaningful and hold as much weight as me wanting to play for the 76ers. I mean, it means absolutely nothing. It's a shame.
All right. So the Sixers tonight against the Magic. Yeah, it is a shame because they have won 2 in a row. If you can get 3 in a row, again, it might not seem like a lot, but that gets you to 6-14. And as I mentioned, the teams in front of you, Indiana, 13 losses. Brooklyn, 13 losses. Chicago, 13 losses. You're now at least in pace with some of the teams that are in front of you that you could start passing some teams here, and then you hope. I mean, apparently, according to Tim Bontemps, Embiid is going to ramp up again and hope that he is able to come back, and we'll see from here. The question is this going to be the whole season where he plays 1 game, 2 games, sits for 4, 2? Is it, okay, once he's back, he's back. Maybe we rushed him too early to get out there. Then he had the personal reasons. Who the heck knows what those were? That's what was listed as why he didn't play a couple of games back there. But a lot of bad vibes. All right, I don't know your answer to this question, but just knowing you, I would imagine you are a fan of the Golden Bat Rule.
Oh, the biggest fan. The biggest fan. Finally, baseball is starting to think outside the box here. Finally, baseball has an idea that I can get behind and support. I love it. I love it. And I know you hate it.
Well, it's a rule to attract people who don't actually like baseball.
Nah, come on, man. I love baseball and I love the intricacies of it, but I think you also have to acknowledge that baseball needs to do something to win over another demographic of sports fans and the younger fan base. I just think that something needs to be done, and this could be really cool. Maybe it's only for the regular season. Maybe it's only, I don't know, but I like the idea. I do.
It's an outside-the-box idea. It's creative, but I can't imagine I'm going to watch 9 innings of a game because the only time you would use this rule was in the bottom of the 9th or the top of the 9th, and you're not using it in the 5th, right? Unless, I don't know, maybe.
That could be a new strategy, right? Like maybe if you have the bases loaded in a 0-0 game in the 4th or 5th inning, you decide to use it there and try and get try and blast things open, so to speak. Or maybe you try and get a guy up 2 times in a row.
Listen, I am a byproduct of strategy. I hate the DH because it has taken the strategy away from the game.
Well, it's changed it. It's changed it.
Well, it's completely taking strategy out of that element.
Strategy. Yeah.
Not much.
Well, not when it comes to that. I'm sorry to cut you off too. I just meant there's just different strategy now is my point.
Yeah, nothing. There's no strategy.
Right.
I mean, really, you don't see really any situation where, the pitcher would come up and he's pitching a gem, but you're down 2-1 and you have second and third. Do I keep my pitcher in or do I take him out? I mean, that is gone from the game. So we're essentially replacing that with this gimmick.
It's gimmicky. It's gimmicky, but I think if they
do you like the NBA Cup?
No. What is the NBA Cup? I don't even know what it is.
Well, I'm just saying because, like, that's what I'm saying. It's like they created this gimmick to try to get people more interested in their game. I guess a younger demographic, younger people that like soccer. I guess this was supposed to be something close to like what soccer does, and that was supposed to, I guess, maybe draw a younger fan in there. But the ratings have not been great. I don't know why anybody would care about this NBA Cup if you're someone who does. I ran a poll over the weekend. 96% said they did not care about the NBA Cup. 4% said they loved it. So whoever those 4% are, holy mackerel.
Yeah,
but I don't. That's what I'm saying. Like these gimmicky things that these leagues are trying to do to get interest in your regular season, I think it does more harm than good. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, with the NBA, you say, okay, they probably installed the NBA Cup because of the regular season. Early in the regular season, there's not a emphasis of importance, but that's on the teams and players, right? Like you can change the naming of these games all you want, but if the players don't care and the teams don't care, the cup isn't going to matter. So, I think the golden at bat is a little bit deeper because that's actually an in-play change. It's not like a tournament or some gimmick with that, but it's like, hey, this could significantly impact the outcome of games.
All right, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. We'll do it again next week here, Ryan. And, of course, you can check him out at Wise Rye on social media and right here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. Good job.
Thanks, man.
All right, see ya. All right, Ryan Rothstein, a member of the Sports Bash, of course, for years. We have him on Wednesdays here on a holy mackerel, we got this golden bat rule, which everybody was talking about. But what I would say about the golden bat thing is you have a spot. The whole point of it is for people who are like, what are you guys even talking about? So let's say you're in the ninth inning, it's bases loaded, and your 9-hole hitter comes up. You could essentially say, hey, timeout. I want to hit for him right now, and I'm going to put Bryce Harper up to the plate right here. There's so many other variables, though, of what happens like that need to be discussed, but would people be in favor of that? Not doing it for me. Not exciting enough. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. By the way, I found out where the idea came from. Who came up with this idea and why it came to fruition. I'll explain next on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN.
It's Sixers basketball tonight on 97.3 ESPN with the voice of the Sixers, Tom McGinnis, calling all the exciting play-by-play action.
Maxey steps back, three-point shot up. It's good. Maxey delivering. The Sixers take the lead, and the crowd is absolutely stunned.
It's Sixers match tonight. Coverage begins at 7:30. It's Sixers basketball all season long on South Jersey's radio home for Philadelphia 76ers basketball. 97.3 ESPN.
Go to get your game on at the Gallery Bar Book and Games at Ocean Casino Resort. Cheers your favorite drinks while cheering on your favorite team. Get in on the parlay while in the middle of a party. Go for the sports scene and go for the endless screams. Go to the Gallery. Go to the Fanatic Sportsbook. Go for the win at Ocean Casino Resort. For more information, visit theoceanac.com. Must be 21 or older to wager or consume alcohol. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The holidays are here at the Home Depot, so let's get to decorating. Find your perfect tree in our huge assortment of shapes, sizes, and styles. Like the easy-to-assemble Jackson Noble fir, with pre-lit branches perfect for styling with all your favorite ornaments. Or the Flock Starry Light Fraser fir, with over 1,900 pre-lit memory wire branches that keep their shape so it's ready right out of the box. Ooh. Find the perfect tree now at the Home Depot.
Something good to know from First Bank of Sea Isle City. We have all of today's innovative banking products just like the big banks, but we offer something they can't. A personal community focus. Let's get you started with Bill Pay. You save time when you pay your bills online. It's fast, easy, and convenient. First Bank of Sea Isle City. a community bank that delivers more for you every day. Personal service, today's technology, from the people who truly care. Learn more at firstbankcial.com.
Member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues? Who are you? Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Your business needs a network it can count on. Comcast Business has you covered with Wi-Fi backup to help keep your business up and running, even when your power goes out.
Everybody in the warehouse good? Lights are out, but the Wi-Fi's up. Let's power on.
It's from the company with 99.9% network reliability.
Break room, you good? Can't microwave my burrito, but Wi-Fi's fine. Let's power on.
Power on with the leader in connectivity, Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ask about Wi-Fi backup for your business, or get started with reliable internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, for a limited time, find out how to get an $800 holiday bonus prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Don't wait. Call or go online today. Ins 12/15/24. Restrictions apply. New customers only with 150 megabit per second internet. EcoBill and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, AI, how many touchdowns did the Eagles score in the 2023 season?
The Eagles scored 49 touchdowns in the 2023 season.
Hey, AI, I had a fall recently. I need to recover. Please help me walk again.
I'm sorry, but that is beyond my capabilities.
Hey, AI, my parents are getting older and I can't care for them by myself. Can you help me care for them?
I'm sorry, that is beyond my capabilities. AI will never replace care, but here's what I found for the best care near you.
Autumn Lake Healthcare Centers, trusted leaders in skilled nursing rehabilitation and senior care, and proud partners of the Philadelphia Eagles.
Shop Dell Technologies Cyber Monday event for their lowest prices of the year. The future is on sale today with limited time deals on select PCs like the XPS 16 that accelerate AI with Intel Core Ultra processors. Cyber Monday is their biggest sale of the year and the best time to upgrade, but it's only here for a limited time. Shop now at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
Looking for the perfect RV to hit the open road this fall? Look no further than Hitch RV, your premier RV dealer. They're offering unbeatable pricing during their fall reduction sale on a wide range of RVs, from cozy travel trailers to luxurious motorhomes. Hitch RV is dedicated to providing exceptional customer service and quality RVs. Visit them today at hitchrv.com/Berlin or call 856-629-7400. Hitch RV, your adventure awaits.
It's the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
Do I have everybody's attention now?
On 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
All right, 3:53. So are you intrigued to hear how the golden rule came about?
Yes, you have my
golden
attention.
bat.
The golden bat rule, not the golden rule. That's a different.
So David Sampson, who has been a guest on our show, explained on his podcast that he was watching the Marlins play the Yankees in the World Series one year. And it was the 9th inning. They were about to win the World Series. And he was watching the game, and sitting on the dugout step was Derek Jeter. And he thought to himself, thank gosh, Jeter's not up right now. And then he said, well, wait a minute. I want Jeter to be up right now. This would make this a way more exciting moment. And he said that is where he pitched it to the competition committee, which has been shot down over and over again. But he said it was his idea to, in fact, install the golden at-bat.
So does it being Sampson's idea give it any more validity for you?
I don't think they're thinking about. They're saying there's a lot of buzz. I don't think there's any buzz that Major League Baseball would actually do this.
The buzz is we're talking about.
They want people to talk about baseball in December because they can't get the free agents to sign. That is why I think it's quote unquote getting buzz. But I think baseball is not legitimately thinking about doing this.
I hope not. I feel like anything that is too gimmicky is not good for sports. I mean, you could argue that the shootout in hockey is not good for hockey.
And I'm all for strategy and adding, like, it would be cool to watch the game. Like, oh, do you use the golden at bat here? Do you do it this time? Bases loaded, sixth inning, and, Rodolfo Castro's up. Do you say, hey, I'm going to hit Bryce Harper right here. Bases loaded. I need these runs. Let's go. I mean, yeah, it would be something to add some strategy to the game, but I think it's just too much of a gimmick.
Rodolfo Castro.
Good pull, right?
Good pull.
Football at 4 is on the other side. It's Jeff Mosher in the house today. We'll talk to him next on the Sports Bash live, 97.3 ESPN. Watch the show on the X platform and on YouTube at Mike Gill Show. You can be a part of it. Now, use the hashtag SBLive.
Ross Tucker here from Westwood One. Join Ian Eagle and me for Thursday Night Football with NFC North action from Detroit with the Lions hosting the Packers. Green Bay is 9-3 and very much in the playoff hunt thanks to a 3-game winning streak. Now, they face the division-leading Lions who are 11-1 and on a 10-game win streak. Don't miss it on Thursday Night Football.
Listen to Thursday Night Football. Coverage begins at 7:30 on 97.3 ESPN.
Save thousands at Matt Blatt Kia. Get out of your old trade today, even if you owe thousands more than it's worth. Go to mattblattkianj.com for more details. That's mattblattkianj.com.
It's gotta be a
Matt Blatt Kia.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies candidates with the right skills, sends you great matches, then you can easily invite them to apply. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. See for yourself. Go to ziprecruiter.com/free to try ZipRecruiter for free. That's ziprecruiter.com/free.
A new era of chicken is here to stay, and it's not your parents' poultry. The Cantina Chicken menu from Taco Bell is slow roasted and perfectly seasoned. Take it tacoed up in a crispy white corn tortilla with cheese inside and out, or wrapped in a burrito with fresh purple cabbage and freshly prepared pico de gallo. However you like it, you'll never chicken the same way again. Get yours today at your nearest Taco Bell and join rewards to earn free food. Available at participating stores. Rewards points are earned on qualifying purchases. All items while supplies last. Subject to terms.
It's Sage Jewelers' great half-off everything sale going on now.
Sage Jewelers says everything in store is on sale at half off, including their watch collection, Seiko, Citizen, and G-Shock.
That's right, 50% off their finest selection of GIA-certified diamonds, IGI-certified lab-grown diamonds, engagement rings, top designer jewelry collections, and more.
But hurry, the sale won't last long. Sage Jewelers, the real jeweler, Tilton Road, Northfield, open every day until Christmas.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? I think my battery's dead. With free battery testing and charging, we can help you get back on the road.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
So what if I need a new one? We have the right Duralast battery for you, only at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
And what about my old battery? We can recycle it right here at America's #1 battery destination.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Thanks to Total Wine, you saved more on all the gifts for the ones you adore. Wine, spirits, beers, all nestled on shelf.
Curbside pickup available and the lowest prices for over 30 years only at Total Wine & More.
Drink responsibly, B21.
Winter is approaching. Are you prepared? Don't get left in the dark. Kelvy Electric, a certified Generac dealer, has you covered. From installation to maintenance, they're your go-to experts for Generac generators, ensuring your home stays powered through any storm. A Generac home standby generator will automatically restore power to your home during an outage, so your life goes on uninterrupted. Put your trust in Kelvy Electric, the premier electrical contractor, serving South Jersey for over 110 years. Visit kelvyelectric.com today and stay ahead of any storm.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues? Who are you? Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
The holidays are here at the Home Depot, so let's get to decorating. Find your perfect tree in our huge assortment of shapes, sizes, and styles. Like the easy-to-assemble Jackson Noble fir, with pre-lit branches perfect for styling with all your favorite ornaments. Or the Flock Starry Light Fraser fir, with over 1,900 pre-lit memory wire branches that keep their shape so it's ready right out of the box. Ooh. Find the perfect tree now at the Home Depot.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers at Bet365 because they get $150 in bonus bets when they bet $5. And even better, bonus bets can be used on the spread, totals, and player props.
There you have it. Bet $5 to get $150 in bonus bets. And see why. It's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in New Jersey. Terms and conditions apply.
Home of the Sports Bash with Mike Gill, 97.3 ESPN, WENJ, WENJ HD, Millville, Atlantic City. 97.3 ESPN presents the Sports Bash with Mike Gill. It's time for Football at 4, powered by the Inside the Birds podcast.
Just hungry to bring back another Lombardi to Philly. The fans deserve it. Our team deserves it. Culture begs for it.
Now live, this is Football at 4.
Football at 4 is powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. It's brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. Jeff Mosher today. What's today, Wednesday? Today's Wednesday. Is joining us in a couple of minutes to do a little Football at 4 today. A lot that gets discussed on today's Football at 4. Practice today, a couple names back on the field for the Eagles. You got we'll have updates on Devontae Smith, Darius Slay, Reed Blankenship, Dallas Goedert, and more here on the Sports Bash. Couple text messages, 609-403-0973, 609-403-0973. Couple texts we'll read off the golden bat rule. Jack in Mays Landing, you want to liven up baseball, take away the check swing. Every team has 4 relievers, throw 95 sliders on the outside. Jack, I agree. The whole arbitrary decision of the guy checking his swing, the umpire pointing down to third or first base, having a guy who's literally taking a nap down there get asked whether or not the guy swung or not, and then him just emphatically saying that he saw the check swing or not. We got to get that out of the game. We got to get that out. You agree?
Now, when you say get it out, how would you get it out?
I think there's probably technology now that can see whether or not the bat crossed the plane or not.
I agree with that.
There's probably a way that it's quicker. Rather than just have the umpire go like this down to third base, that guy's not paying attention. He's not.
I mean, if he is, he doesn't have very good vision usually.
No, he's not paying attention is the problem. The guy checks a swing, he points down there, and all of a sudden the guy's like, oh, crap, they called on me? Yes, he did.
I would say that if you were...
Wait, does anybody disagree with that take? I mean, if you disagree with me on everything I say, okay, you're one of these guys out there that think I'm always wrong. But you have to agree that you say, I disagree with Mike Gill all the time. He's always wrong. But when the umpire asked the third base umpire or the first base umpire whether or not he offered, that guy's never paying attention. He has no clue. It's like the official in basketball when a ball goes out of bounds and the two guys are staring at each other like, I didn't see it. Did you? No, I didn't see it. Did you? We'll just point that way.
Well, it's like last night when during the what was it? The Warriors game when Steve Kerr was mad after the game because the guy clearly called a timeout on the ground. They should have called a technical foul. All 3 refs didn't see it. And he was screaming at the refs, like getting ready to fight him.
Now, this is the baseball call where the home plate umpire, there's a check swing, and he offers, did he go? And the guy's like, huh, what? Yes, he did. There's no way that guy was paying attention, and there's no way he saw it enough to know in that split of a second. You got to get that out of the game.
Sleepy Al down the first baseline, just there for a paycheck, right? Is that what you're saying?
The third base and the first base umpire, the third base umpire specifically, has the least to do. There's very few times in a game where the third base umpire has to do anything. First base has plays all night long, some closer than others. Second base, there's steals that he has to be involved in, so he has a couple plays throughout the course of a night. Third base umpire is stealing money. I mean, he doesn't need to be there, right? I mean, he's just sitting there for the one time that he has to get called on a check swing. Did he go? Yes, he did. You have no clue, dude. You were not paying attention. Stop acting like you were watching this guy. And it's a blight every single time because they seem to just get it always wrong, that call.
So you're saying technology. So, like, would you put something, like, in the plate, for example, that, like there would be a sensor, like, if the bat completely crosses the sensor, then would, like, go off?
Now, I have somebody text me that says at that level they're trained to watch. Of course they are trained to watch. My point is they're not paying attention. You never know when that's coming. I'm trained to watch it. So you're telling me that everybody who's trained to do something, they're paying attention. That guy's half asleep at third base. He has no role in the game except for one time a night where there's a play at third base, a bang-bang play, and he's 50-50 on that. He's not paying attention on yes, he's trained. It's part of his job. That's like saying the home plate umpire's trained to call balls and strikes, so he gets them all right. Just because he's trained doesn't mean he's getting it right. The guy at third base, yes, he's trained to do it, but his training is not working.
See, the way you're talking about that is how I feel about the chain gang in the NFL. I think it's the stupidest thing in the world. We have a bunch of old guys running around with a chain.
Yeah, but they're not doing anything wrong. That has nothing to do with this, though. They're not doing anything wrong. They're just following the ball. They just move to where the ball goes to. They're not impacting the game.
I mean, they're impacting the game if they put the spot down wrong.
But they're not the one that puts the spot down. The official does. They just follow where the official tells them to go. It's not like the chain gang. Some guy walks out on the field, takes the ball, puts it down, and says, that's where we're putting it. He only moved the chain to where the ball is spotted.
I think it's useless.
It might be useless, but it doesn't impact the game at all. There's no need for them. Yes, there's technology that can supplant them. The third base umpire, though, while his role is minimal.
You're saying it's more impactful.
Well, of course. He impacts a play when he has to be a part of it. They don't point at the chain guy and say, is that a first down or not? He has no authority. He's just holding the stick where they tell him to.
I'm not even sure if that guy's awake half the time anyway.
But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter at all. The third base umpire has a role. He doesn't fulfill it. That guy has no role. He's just there. The third base umpire gets asked, is that a strike or not? He's not paying attention. And even if he is paying attention, okay, his training says he has to pay attention. Fine, I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. He was paying attention. It happens so quickly that the naked eye is not fast enough most times to see, did he hold up, did he not hold up, did he cross the plate? Every time they show the replay, that poor guy on third base gets hung out to dry.
So then, if I just to branch off of this, of the four major sports, who do you think has the most useless refs or umpires?
That's a tough one. I think the NBA is so bad. It's so bad. They've taken the joy away from these guys to play. It's so ticky-tack. It's so small time. And it's so fast. I mean, I'm not saying it's just so fast. The NBA guys are real bad. Football, you can call something on every play. They get a lot of mistakes. But generally, when they call something, it's not quote-unquote phantom. The baseball guys, I mean, generally, they're decent, but they have the ability to go to the replay in baseball a lot more.
Right.
But I think the NBA guys have it the toughest and they're the worst.
Is there any way to rectify the NBA officials being the way they are?
I don't know. No, I don't think that there's a way that you can really.
Because you said the game's moving so fast. So
yeah.
It's like we talked about with the baseball, like you could maybe use technology to offset some of these problems. Is there any technology we could use in the NBA?
I don't think so, because I think a lot of the basketball ones are so arbitrary. Like, it's so arbitrary. Like, yeah, that was a little bit of it. But if the problem is you're calling them all night long and it's impeding the game, but it's not impeding the shot, or it's not impeding the play of the game. Like, yeah, he might have nicked his elbow or whatever, but the shot was well off. Like, I don't know. There's so many fouls in the NBA, and then you take the ball to the basket, the guy goes flying to the ground. He's putting his palms up in the air. Look at Maxey last night. He's like, are you kidding me? No call there? It's like, if I call that, I'm going to call this. I will be here all night long. Just play. Stop asking. Stop begging. That should be the foul. You begged for the call, there's a foul. It's like when I coach baseball, we have a rule. When you ask, you're last. In other words, hey, coach, can I hit next? Now you're last.
Okay.
That's the rule. You ask me if I'm next, you're last.
Wow.
Wait until I tell you to hit. I have a reason why I have an order. When you ask me, you're now last.
Okay.
That's the rule. So if you're asking for the foul is now on you. That's the foul.
That's an interesting idea because I actually heard Isaiah Thomas say last night on NBA TV. He said that he thinks guys like Luka Doncic and these other guys who cry all the time to get fouls, he said if the guy cries a certain number of times, he should be penalized.
Yeah, that's the problem. Every time down the court now, if you ask why wasn't there a foul, the foul is now on you. That's what we're going to do. All right, Jeff Mosher's in the house for Football at 4 here on the Sports Bash Live. A lot of stuff. We'll get into some things going on at Eagles practice and how it could affect this week's game against the Carolina Panthers as the Eagles obviously 10-2. Moshe, I'm going to read this off for you. First off, thanks for joining us. What's up, buddy?
I'm having a great day. It's a normal, it's starting to look like, the winter in the Delaware Valley, Mike. Gray skies, cold weather, but, we're persevering.
Supposed to be in the 50s next week. Supposed to get back up to 55 one of the days next week. But, yes, it is a little chilly out there today. I want to get your take on this, number one.
Mm-hmm.
All this Nick Sirianni stuff, he's been the talk everywhere. Is this just, hey, it's week 13, the season's getting long, or is it valid? Do you think Nick Sirianni has to win a playoff game? Is his status as the head coach dependent on the outcome of the playoff run?
No, I don't think he has to. I mean, look at the numbers, look at the number of the number of regular season wins, look at the record. And I think Jeffrey Lurie and Howie Roseman are smart enough to also look at this. Let's say the Eagles get the 2 seed. Let's say they get the 1 seed. It doesn't matter. The 7th seed in the NFC, it could be the Lions, Mike. Right? If they lose to the, they're probably not going to be the 7th seed. But my point is, it could be the Vikings. It could be the Lions. I mean, the Lions have a tough schedule here. And maybe the Packers win the NFC North, and maybe the Vikings get the 5th seed. I don't know how far the Lions can get. My point is that the bottom of the NFC here, and then even in round 2, is going to be pretty respectable teams that have double-digit wins. So I don't think losing to a team that is a very good team in the playoffs is going to kill him. Is it going to hurt if they lose their first game and only game in the playoffs? Yeah, but I don't think it's going to get him fired.
Yeah, a lot of the conversation is, hey, they have a Super Bowl team. If you lose in the first round, that they would move on. I find that to be kind of crazy to think about. Guy wins 10 wins 3 straight years and then say it's all incumbent on one playoff game. But, hey, maybe we're out of bounds there. This team here, a lot of conversation at this time last year. What happened to this team? Does your mind go back to that at all?
No.
They've erased all of the doubt.
I think if you really sit down and think about it, it's not even close to, even if they were to lose to the Panthers, Mike, I wouldn't think that way because it's apples to oranges here. The reason why the team collapsed last year, one of the main reasons, was they had no leadership and identity on defense because they had no coordinator or position coaches who were on the same page. They were running 2 different defenses. They had a guy replace another guy who started to try to run his scheme while a different scheme was in place, and they were struggling all year long to begin with. This year's Eagles were not struggling all year long. They basically struggled for the first few weeks, got their act together, got a few different personnel pieces in place, and they've since day one though they've had the symmetry, and we talked about this in the offseason. You're going to have Vic Fangio. You're going to have most of his acolytes coaching these positions, and the message is going to be the same from the top down to the last guy on defense. And you're seeing that. And I don't see how it's possible for them to collapse the way they did last year, because I also think they have good youthful veterans who are hungry and want to win. And the door was open last year once they really, got killed by the 49ers and then lost to the Seahawks and then made the switch. The door was open for a lot of guys to be like, the guys who were there being mercenaries, to see the writing on the wall and check out. I just don't see that with this team. Like, there's too many motivated guys on this team on both offense and defense, too many young and hungry guys for this team to check out. And I just think the coaching won't let that happen.
Yeah, I agree with you. Like, it almost doesn't enter my mind at all that, hey, this is when the collapse happened, and there is no evidence that something bad is about. Because what happened last year? Their defense was disastrous. There's been no evidence that their defense is about to just give up, 30 yards a play, chunks over the middle of the field. They just were abominable over the middle last year. I mean, everything was just wide open. So there's no evidence that the defense would have that type of breakdown. The offense last year, you're scratching your head as to what to happen. The problem is this offense hasn't gotten going to where you would like it to be right now. So it's not that it's falling apart. You're just saying, when is it going to get better? Does it need to get better?
I think time will tell. Time will answer that question. I could sit here and say either or. I could say yes, because you're going to face a bunch of teams that can score points. But the Eagles just faced a team that can score a lot of points and held them down so that they themselves didn't have to score a ton of points. And I could say, no, I honestly don't know, and I don't think anybody does. Would you like to see the Eagles passing game improve? Sure. It's kind of hard to do that right now when you're constantly taking one step forward, two step backwards with your personnel and injuries, whether it's Devontae Smith or Dallas Goedert, but it's not going to change their identity on offense. And they are going to be a run first team. Now, I know Nick Sirianni keeps saying it's matchup specific. If we have to get into a game where where we have to throw the ball a lot, we'll do that. Well, that's only if they're going to be forced into it, because right now they're going to run the ball, even if they're behind, like we saw against the Ravens, until they are forced to have to pass the ball a lot.
It's crazy, right? I mean, you got A.J. Brown, you got Devontae Smith, Dallas Goedert, who we'll get into him in just a second here. You got all these weapons in the pass game, and they're turning around and they're handing the ball off. Good for them, though, right? I mean, good for them for not succumbing to the talent they have on their roster.
Absolutely. All that stuff about the construct of the team and the money into the position, that stuff will be addressed in the offseason based on the outcome of these final 5 games in the playoffs, right? We know that. If for whatever reason they stumble here in the last 5 games, not collapse like last year, but just stumble a little bit, or if in the playoffs they completely get outclassed offensively because they can't throw the ball, that will be addressed. But for right now,
I don't know how you fix that.
I don't either.
It's not like you're saying, hey, we're going to replace A.J. Brown or Devontae Smith.
Right, and you're not going to fire Kellen Moore either. I imagine you're not going to. So, but when I say addressed, I mean they'll have to go back to the drawing board and really figure out, when it's time to throw the ball, what they need to do to either make options better for Jalen Hurts or to work with Jalen Hurts on certain things. I just mean that's not going to take place now, because the passing offense is not up to speed with the rushing offense. They're not going to sit here and do things differently in practice right now to work on self-improvement from any position on offense. They're just going to game plan for whoever the opponent is and try to win and see if they can win a Super Bowl. And if they fail miserably or just even fail in that regard because of the passing game, they will address what they can address on that in the offseason.
Well, and there's a lot, down the stretch here. Let's take a look at some things here that they might need to address this particular week. Jeff Mosher, Football at 4. Reed Blankenship, Dallas Goedert, not on the field. Goedert, we know, will not play for the next couple of weeks, it looks like, with this knee injury. We can get into him. But Blankenship looks like concussion issues. He was on the field, did not practice, but I guess Tristan McCollum is the guy if Blankenship is out.
Tristan McCollum, yes. He would be the guy. He's been the guy. He's practiced in that spot. Sidney Brown, and God bless Vic Fangio, one of the most honest guys we've ever had here as a coach, basically said that Sidney's not ready for that role, and it's Tristan McCollum's job. And you saw McCollum go in and do a nice job. He's in a different type of safety because he's got length. I mean, he's a tall, long safety. But he's been with the team for a couple of years now, and he's known the team, the organization, this style of defense, and now this defense that he's played in all year long. And he stayed on the 53, even when they've had guys that they needed to promote from the practice squad and release other guys. So Vic likes him, and He's an important part of the team right now.
Dallas Goedert out. What's the thought there? Obviously, Calcaterra would be the guy, but then what?
Well, the thought is exactly what you just said. Then what? This is a new level of depth issue at this position. You really only have Grant Calcaterra, and of course, they just signed CJ Uzama to the 53 because he was on the practice squad and out of elevations. Now, Uzama had a really nice block against Roquan Smith on a good run by Saquon Barkley. But, and that's his thing. He can block.
Yeah, he got up and celebrated it too.
Hey, oh, as he should have. It was really nice. I mean, you put Roquan Smith out like that, that's good. He's a little bit older now, and now he's going to probably be asked to play a lot of snaps because the Eagles have been very effective, Mike, this year in 12 personnel, and it's a big part of their offense. It helps them run the ball better, and it's going to be a little bit more difficult to play a lot of 12 with just Calcaterra, Uzama, and of course, you know, they've been missing Ben Van Sumeren, who would sometimes go on there and play fullback, and so they signed a fullback, Kerry Blasingame, to the practice squad. I still think by the end of this week or before this game or before the deadline, 4 p.m. Saturday, they may need to have to add E.J. Jenkins, who's also out of elevations, and then release somebody because it's pretty rough to go into this game with just 2 tight ends, one of them being Uzama, the other one being a guy who doesn't really block that well. But has gotten better. I got to say, I'm sorry. Grant Calcaterra has gotten better as a run blocker. I don't know if you guys have talked. I should credit him. He's done a good job. He is not Dallas Goedert, though, but he has gotten better.
Have seen him out there doing a little crackdown, you know, from time to time. They put him in motion, and you see him come back and come down a little bit. You mentioned they did sign a tight end, a fullback, so we'll see if that means you're going to, you know, I think Van Sumeren played 22 snaps as a fullback. Not a lot, but just enough to kind of put a couple plays in. And, you know, now you have a real fullback that maybe you add a little bit more to the offense there. Let's go to the guys who were on the field. Devontae Smith back, Darius Slay, both practicing, I guess trending towards them coming back. Or you got Carolina. Maybe we hold him out one more week.
I think if he's healthy, you play him. I don't think that in most cases, unless you're like Lane Johnson a couple of years ago with the torn adductor, and it's like, well, he could play, but why would you? You know, like we're cruising right now. But if you have a young receiver who's 100% and ready to go and can make it through 3 days of practice, there's no reason not to play the guy just for preservation purposes. You're trying to win every game. You're still chasing the Lions. The Panthers have been representative over the last 4 weeks. They won 2 games in a row. Then they lost to the Chiefs by 3 and the Bucks by 3. So you can't just show up and roll off the bus and say, we're going to beat the Panthers, even if we're down like 3 tight ends and 2 wide receivers. They're coming to play. So you need to have your full arsenal.
Definitely good to see Devontae back, though. You got to get this offense together and clicking. That's another thing, too, right? I mean, getting that group of guys. We've seen very little of the whole offense together, Jeff. That's another part of this whole offense is the 11 guys, and I know a lot of teams have injuries throughout the course of the year, but how many games have you gotten a large majority of the skill guys and the offensive linemen, or maybe one guy's out? You haven't seen a whole heck of a lot of the whole thing together.
No, really haven't. And like I said, it seems like whenever they get somebody back or get close, then someone else gets hurt. Now, thankfully, A.J. Brown, he was the first one, right? He missed like the first, after playing week 1, he missed like week 2 and week 3 and week 4, I think, with the hamstring. So I haven't counted it. I'm going to do that probably before the next pod and find out how many games they have played this year with A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, and Dallas Goedert. But it's probably not more than 3 or 4. But you know what? Listen, the Lions have like 8 injuries in their front 7. The Vikings have had injuries. Other teams, the Chiefs have had every single player that, you know, they value injured this year. It's part of it's just part of being an NFL team. So no one's playing a small fiddle for the Philadelphia Eagles either.
No. All right. Here's a question that all the listeners could play along with, and Jeff Mosher will be the voice to answer it. There's 5 new faces on defense. You've got Mitchell, DeJean, Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, Zach Bond, and Nakobe Dean.
Mm-hmm.
Which of those 5 is the most important? Which of those 5 is the most important impact of why this defense can do and has become the best in the league, or one of the best in the league?
I mean,
Like, who's
it's
the
really-
stall that
it's really
stirs the
tough,
drink of this
but
defense?
I guess you'd have to answer that by if they didn't have it and had to play their backup, how would they do? For the first time in a long, long time, the Eagles have a pretty good number 3 corner in Isaiah Rodgers. So if they didn't have Mitchell and they were playing Rodgers and Slay, I don't think they would be nearly as good, but maybe they're holding their own. If they didn't have Zach Bond and we're playing Devin White, who wasn't even good enough to get into games and play, and had a reputation of not being disciplined and not making plays and not keying and diagnosing the right way, my God, I think the Eagles would be in a lot of trouble if that were the case. So I will probably rank Bond number 1, Mitchell number 2, but it's pretty close there. Who are the other ones? Dean
Cooper,
CJ Gardner. CJ's been good. He's by the way, if the Eagles make the NFC Championship game, CJ Gardner-Johnson will have played in 3 straight NFC Championship games, which is pretty amazing, right? Eagles, Detroit Eagles.
Yeah. Last one for you, Jeff Mosher.
Mm-hmm.
If the Eagles were to win out, they would have won 17 straight games. Is that something you think about at all?
I haven't until you brought it up, and that's pretty amazing and also really difficult at the same time. So,
yes.
if you're a person who's into like analytics or you're into law of averages, or you almost want the Eagles to kind of lose a regular season game here just because of how impossible it is to win 17 straight games. Oh man, going back to your last question, Mike. Maybe it's Cooper DeJean, because if we're judging this based on the quality of your backup, we've seen what happens when Avonte Maddox has to get onto the field. So it actually might be Cooper DeJean 1, then Zach Bond 2, or Quinyon Mitchell 3. That's tough.
Jeff Mosher from the Inside the Birds podcast, and, of course, Football at 4 daily here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. And, of course, Mosher's done for the week. They got the Panthers this week. Is there any trap game thought for you?
With the Steelers up next after that? No, I don't think it's trap game thought, Mike. I honestly don't think that's an NFL thing, to be honest with you. But I do think the Panthers have played better. Dave Canales has them on the same page. And like I said, you don't just get off the bus and beat the Panthers now. I think you have to play a somewhat formidable game to beat them.
All right, buddy. We'll catch up with you on Monday.
You got it, brother. Take care.
Jeff Mosher, Football at 4 from the Inside the Birds podcast, InsideTheBirds.com, and Football at 4 here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, and live video streaming on the X platform and on YouTube at Mike Gill Show. Use the hashtag SBLive. Follow me along at Mike Gill Show. You can also get snippets of the show on our social media channels at 973 ESPN on social media, including Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, YouTube. Subscribe to all channels of the Sports Bash. Hey, I want to tell you about my friends at the Nizam Indian Restaurant, Route 40 EHD. And you know the Eagles win, you win. When the Eagles win, a Eagles football special, free tandoori spicy chicken wings the week the Eagles win for dine-in customers. So stop on out to the Nizam's Indian Restaurant, Route 40 in Egg Harbor Township, right out there in front of Boscov's. They're open 7 days a week, 11:30 to 9:30. Special lunch buffet, Sundays from 11:30 to 3. Visit nizams.com. Coming up next, it's another edition of Nick's Nuggets here on the Sports Bash.
Wake up weekday mornings from 6 to 10 a.m. with Unsportsmanlike on 97.3 ESPN with Evan Cohen, Super Bowl champion Chris Canty, and Michelle Small. Can't wake up without it. Brought to you by the Gallery Bar Book and Games at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City.
Cooper's our new neighbor down the shore.
Introducing Cooper University Hospital, Cape Regional.
Healthcare is going to improve in Cape May County.
We're excited to bring our award-winning care to our new neighbors in Cape May and Atlantic counties. You'll have greater access to top specialists, advanced technology, innovative treatments, and outstanding cancer care at MD Anderson Cancer Center at Cooper. Cooper University Healthcare. Together, we're doing something extraordinary for families down the shore.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hey, AI, how many touchdowns did the Eagles score in the 2023 season?
The Eagles scored 49 touchdowns in the 2023 season.
Hey, AI, I had a fall recently. I need to recover. Please help me walk again.
I'm sorry, but that is beyond my capabilities.
Hey, AI, my parents are getting older and I can't care for them by myself. Can you help me care for them?
I'm sorry, that is beyond my capabilities. AI will never replace care, but here's what I found for the best care near you.
Autumn Lake Healthcare Centers, trusted leaders in skilled nursing, rehabilitation, and senior care, and proud partners of the Philadelphia Eagles.
The holidays are here at the Home Depot, so let's get to decorating. Find your perfect tree in our huge assortment of shapes, sizes, and styles. Like the easy-to-assemble Jackson Noble Fir, with pre-lit branches perfect for styling with all your favorite ornaments. Or the Flock Starry Light Fraser Fir, with over 1,900 pre-lit memory wire branches that keep their shape so it's ready right out of the box. Find the perfect tree now at the Home Depot.
I need a new car. Under 20 grand? Okay, well, what's my trade worth? You know what? I'm going to Matt Blatt Kia, where I can get some straight talk.
Brand new Matt Blatt Kia Forte LXS, under 20 grand. That's right, a brand new Kia, just $19,999. With any trades, that's less than most used vehicles. Currently buried in a loan or lease, Matt Blatt Kia wants to get you released and into your new Kia with 0 down, 0 payments until February, even 0% for 72 months on every clearly marked new Matt Blatt Kia in stock. So bring any trade, because if you have a job clearing $450 per week, we want to get you approved today.
It's gotta be a Matt Blatt Kia.
With approved credit, 24 EV line, $13.89 per thousand finance. Not all will qualify. Credit and down payment. Offers can't be combined. Go to mattblackkiafj.com for complete details, or 888-505-6670. Price includes no cost to be paid by consumer, except for licensing, registration, and taxes. You're paying after rebates and incentives to dealer. Expires 12/4/24. Matt Blatt Kia, 6211 Black Horse Pike, Egg Harbor Township, and on Route 37 in Toms River.
Thanks to Total Wine, you saved more on all the gifts for the ones you adore. Wine, spirits, beers, all nestled on shelf.
Curbside pickup available, and the lowest prices for over 30 years only at Total Wine and More.
Drink responsibly. B21.
This is the Town Square, New Jersey Info and Weather Network.
Progressive Insurance presents the Sports Flash on 97.3 ESPN. NFL, the Eagles home on Sunday for week number 15 as they take on the Carolina Panthers. Philadelphia has won 8 straight games at 10-2 on the season, on top of the NFC East. And they're coming off a win at Baltimore against the Ravens. They have the number 1 rushing attack in the NFL, led by Saquon Barkley, while the Panthers are 3-9 and their defense allowing nearly 31 points per game, most in the NFL. NBA, the Sixers will be hosting Orlando tonight, a 2-game set where they'll play again on Friday. Philadelphia has now won back-to-back games for the first time this season. They beat the Hornets in Charlotte Tuesday night, 110-104. Paul George with 29 points. Orlando, they are coming off a loss to the Knicks on Tuesday. They have won 12 of their last 14. And the Philadelphia Flyers play on Thursday night, hosting the Florida Panthers. Flyers have won 3 straight games after Saturday's overtime win against St. Louis. I'm Tony Desiri, and that's your Sports Flash on 97.3 ESPN.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
So right now may be the perfect time for you to rethink how you pay for health care. And here's why. This time of year is decision time for a lot of people, but it's also when you can join MediShare and save even more than usual. For many families, joining MediShare means saving about $500 a month, which is a game changer for a lot of people, obviously. But what's more, MediShare members like it. Their satisfaction rate is 98%. Imagine that. And MediShare is a proven thing, too, for over 30 years. It's a Christian community of hundreds of thousands of people now. And here's the thing. If you join before December 15th and you mention the promo code SHARE, they'll waive your application fee. So you save even more right off the bat. I'll give you the number here in a second, but just call and you'll get a price within 2 minutes. And again, the deadline is December 15th. So call now. You'll save even more. Here's the number. 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE. 855-51-BIBLE.
From the Townsville, New Jersey Info and Weather Network, I'm Chief Meteorologist Dan Zarrow. The air is very dry, and that's an important factor in ensuring tonight's Clipper storm system doesn't do very much here in South Jersey. Snow and rain showers are likely, so watch for slippery spots and low visibility, also turning windy overnight. Showers wrap up by mid-morning tomorrow, then clearing skies, staying blustery. Temperatures fall from 40 to the lower 30s. Friday, the coldest day of the week, high of only 37. Get weather 24/7 wherever you are. Download our free mobile app today.
Healthier starts here with Get Covered New Jersey. Get quality, affordable health coverage. 9 in 10 get financial help to lower costs, and many pay $10 a month or less. Enroll at getcovered.nj.gov.
You're listening to the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
Never thought this radio stunt would catch on so big.
On 97.3 ESPN.
All right, 434 Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Time for Nick's Nuggets. Nick Earnshaw is host of the Shift podcast and producer of The Locker Room weekends on 97.3 ESPN. He's got his Nuggets today. We'll take a look at what is in the Nugget packs today with Nick Earnshaw. There he is on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. He's brought to you by the Fanatics Sportsbook at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. And, of course, he hosts Nick's Nuggets. And I asked him on Wednesday, I said, did you ever think your life would take a turn where you would be referred to as the Nugget Man?
I did not. I did not think I would be known as Nicky Nuggets. And I got a lot of that when we were at Mudhen the other day. That's what I got. I got a lot of, Nicky Nuggets. So I think it's starting to stick a little bit, Mike.
Well, the segment's catching on. You're bringing up some good topics, good conversation. So looking forward to what you got on Wednesday.
Well, we got a lot in store today. And there's just one area about the Eagles that is frustrating me, to say the least. And it revolves around the quarterback, Jalen Hurts, okay? The labeling of Jalen Hurts is becoming infuriating. That's nugget number one here, Mike. He's being called a system quarterback. He's been called now a game manager. I don't understand why we got to label Jalen Hurts with what he is. Listen, a couple of years ago, he was an MVP candidate. Now, last year, he struggled a little bit towards the end, right? We knew there was an injury issue as well. This year, he's been good. He hasn't been great, but he hasn't had to be. And he has Saquon Barkley in the backfield. He has A.J. Brown. Remember, the receivers have been kind of in and out. They've been hurt. Devontae's been hurt. A.J. Brown's been hurt. So he hasn't had all of his weapons all at once. Saquon's been the guy. It's been that different. And with Jalen and him getting these labels, I think it's very frustrating for what he's been able to do. I mean, some of the numbers, if you go compare Jalen Hurts and Josh Allen this year, Jalen Hurts is better completion percentage. He has more rushing touchdowns. He has more rushing yards than Josh Allen, who's the leader for the MVP, which I'm just saying, some of the numbers are better there. So I think we're kind of devaluing what Jalen Hurts is bringing to the table this season.
I think so, but a lot of that has to do with the fact that the running game has been so good. So his numbers aren't jumping off the page the way that they did a couple of years ago. And, quite frankly, that's not really his fault. I mean, it's just the way the offense is kind of gone. And you would say, well, if he was a better quarterback, maybe they would I don't know that that's necessarily. You know what I'm saying? Like, people are like, well, it's his fault that they're not doing what what they did 2 years ago. The guy was second in the MVP race. The fact that he is throwing the ball 19 times is a little perplexing, but is that because they don't think he can or because they don't think they need him?
I think it's because they don't think they need him to. Why? I mean, if he doesn't have to throw 40 to 50 times a game, why? Who cares? I mean, I just don't I think the labels are becoming a negative connotation to Jalen Hurts, and it's questioning what he's been able to bring to the table. I just don't see it with Hurts. He's been very good this year. He doesn't have to do all of this stuff because Saquon's been so good. They got back to the running game. And when the running game has been good in his career, and you've noticed it before, when they had that Super Bowl run, they got to the running game. They have been effective. The offense has been effective. He doesn't have to be a Patrick Mahomes or a Josh Allen. That is not what you need out of Jalen Hurts. As long as he is doing what he needs to do, hitting throws across the middle, getting the ball to A.J. Brown, spraying around, He's fine. And Saquon Barkley has taken that load this year. They gave him a lot of money for a reason. So he doesn't need to be this all-world Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen level quarterback. They are a good, well-run, oiled machine, and he's just part of it.
It's like everything. We complain about the coach who's 44-19 because we feel like the next guy, I was talking about this earlier, the guy's 44-19.
Yeah.
If you replaced him, is the next guy like 55-9? Like, what are you expecting from the coach? Like, you fire the coach, you can complain about the next one. If Hurts was perfect, we wouldn't have anything to complain about. He's 35-9.
Yep.
He has won 80% of his games as the starting quarterback over the last 3 years. It's tied for the most in the NFL with Patrick Mahomes. There's only one quarterback in this league that we all say is the best, and it's Mahomes. And Hurts has 35 wins, and Mahomes has 35 wins. So regardless of what he does and his numbers, he's a winner. They win with him. They had one stretch of games where the team struggled, and we all acknowledge it. And none of us really have an idea of why or what happened. I think we've all moved past it, and here we are. Jalen Hurts is the quarterback of a team that is now a Super Bowl contender again.
Yeah, he wins games. I mean, that's essentially what everyone should care about. Is he winning games for you? Yes, that's exactly what he's doing. He's in the conversation with those top quarterbacks when it comes to record. And you have it up if you're watching on the stream on X and YouTube. You see it. He's in the conversation with the Mahomes, with the Allens of the world, because he wins games. I don't need him to throw for 50 touchdowns if he doesn't need to. Are they winning? That's all that should matter to people. If it's not pretty, okay, who cares if it's not pretty? They have other avenues of winning. Their defense is really good. Saquon Barkley has taken the mantle and carried this team as well. So what are we complaining about here with Hurts? You don't need to complain. They can win with him. They've gone to a Super Bowl with Jalen Hurts at the helm. The negative connotations when he's getting labeled a system quarterback, a game manager, who cares? I think it's ridiculous that we're putting labels on what Jalen Hurts is as a quarterback. They win games. And look, I mean, he's not turning the ball over this year. He's been fantastic. So what? He's not throwing 30, 40, 50 times a game.
Well, I think it comes down to people who see a guy who doesn't put up these big numbers then also would say, because they're not putting up big numbers, that they're not good enough to win, if they have to do it a different way. It's like, hey, this team's great at running ball. For years, we yell, you got to run the ball, you got to run the ball, you got to run the ball. Well, now they are running the ball, and then the next part is, well, if they have to throw the ball, is this guy good enough to throw it?
Yeah, you can't win. I mean, you can't win. I mean, seriously, listen, he is the last quarterback, he's the first quarterback, I should say, to not throw throw an interception, I believe, if I'm getting this right. Let me see. The last quarterback to win 8 straight starts without throwing 30 passes in a game. Sorry, got that right. Was Lamar Jackson. He is the first quarterback since Lamar to do this. So, I mean, who cares? Lamar Jackson has won plenty of MVPs, hasn't won the big one, hasn't even been to the big one. So what are we complaining about here?
I think we complain to complain. That's what we do with everything. This guy just texts in and he says, I hate hearing Nick's record without hearing about the collapse. Like he was 44-19. If they didn't go 1-7 and those, he was still 44-19, would you feel differently? I guess, maybe, but they lost. They had a horrible streak at the end of last year. Are we saying that now means that this team is no good?
Yeah, I mean, just because it happened last year doesn't mean it's going to happen this year. This is a new team. And you talked about it in Football at 4, Mike. They have 5 new starters on defense. This is a different defense than last year, too. 2 different coordinators. There's a different aura around this team than there was last year. So enough about the collapse last year. We're way past that now. That is now over. I know it felt like it carried over into the season when it started, but we're not there anymore. That's not where this team is at. Now, anything could happen, obviously. But there's not a sense of that feeling around this team where they're just squeaking by teams. No, they're beating teams this year.
Yeah, if anybody has that in their mindset that hey, I'm just waiting for the other shoe to drop, then we are just different people. I don't see any evidence that could happen here.
Stop being negative with the Eagles, because we have plenty of negative to get to. And I want to get to it in nugget number 2, Mike. There's plenty of negative in this city with the teams, especially the 76ers. And nugget number 2, we got to start with the 76ers. They've won 2 in a row, But also, you can go to the game for $2 tonight, Mike. Did you know that? I'm not going, unfortunately. I can't go tonight. But $2 nosebleed tickets is the lowest price tonight, Mike. I was looking last night. They were $5. Then I found a couple for $2 tonight. I was eyeing it up. I can't lie. How bad have things gotten? This is process level prices. No Paul George tonight. He's out. Second game of a back-to-back. Joel Embiid still out. I guess that's what you get. You get what you pay for, I guess.
Josh said he would buy your ticket if you paid for the parking.
Oh, if I pay for the parking, he'll go? Josh will go with me?
He said I would pay for the ticket if Nuggets pays for the parking.
That's an unfair deal because the parking's like 18 times more than that. It's like $25, $30.
Well, I said $2 tickets. I said, Josh, you can go to the game for $2. Go nosebleeds. Go with Nicky Nosebleeds. And he said, I'll pay for nosebleeds tickets if Nosebleeds picks up the parking.
I like it. Listen, I'll pick it up. We get 15 tickets for the amount of the price cost for parking out there at the Wells Fargo Center. Like that, that's how many tickets you can sit up top for tonight. Now, tonight's the night I guess you move down, right?
I'm interested to see. Like, we've been talking about this for a couple of years. There's been times where the team seems like it's been getting a little apathetic, but the crowd, you're there. They show up like this. Yeah. They have not had problems with the crowd. They have not had problems with the team, with people not showing up. So I'm interested to see if we got to the point now where that is beginning to dissipate.
Yeah, it's starting to waver a little bit, Mike, right? Like if the ticket prices are going to $2, right? And you're up top, that's how much they cost. It would be cheaper to go down low now as well. Maybe I won't have to go to nosebleeds anymore. Maybe I can be Nicky lower level. That would be fantastic.
Nicky lower level.
So that's where maybe we're getting to. But they're on the brink of irrelevancy, okay? I know they've won 2 in a row. Great. But now you're starting to see the tide turn a little bit. They have to continue to start to win games. Now, tonight they play the Magic. Not too confident in tonight's game that they win 3 in a row without PG and Embiid. Going to have to go through Maxey and McCain tonight. But you're starting to get to that point where, all right, it's going to affect the bottom dollar. How much is Josh Harris going to invest now in thinking and rethinking of how this team's shaping up over the next couple seasons?
Yeah, I mean, they are in a weird situation with all these injuries and the way they have to kind of, it doesn't do any favors where Paul George last night said, I want to play. I 100% want to be out there. That doesn't help. So they got to tell these guys, you got to stop doing this. You got to stop making us look like we're not talking.
Here's the thing with the Sixers, right? They've kind of been on this thing. Well, this was a development year with Maxey. He looked better this year. There's next year. We're going to regroup this offseason, et cetera. It's always seemed to be pushed down the line when they're regrouping and restructuring the team because that's all they've done over this process era, it seems like, since they've been competitive. I just don't understand. They can't push things the next year. Paul George is going to be another year older. Embiid and his knees are going to be another year older. And Maxey's really not a one. So you're not really looking forward to the future. It's either now or never at this point. I don't know what would be the conversation at the end of the year if like this season really goes awry. What does Daryl Morey say when he goes up to the podium? I don't know at this point. They're in such a weird spot, but they're getting to that brink of irrelevancy.
As long as Embiid and George are here, you're not going to be irrelevant because if they play next year and they're unless they're hurt, that's the problem. If they're hurt,
good enough and hurt. I mean, they're not going to be playing. That's the problem.
Yeah. Well, listen, this is a 3-year thing. They're together for 3.
All right. Hey, we'll see how it shakes out. 5-14. Can they get 3 in a row tonight? I'm not too confident in this one. All right. Moving along. Final nugget of the day. Mike, I know you put an article out on 97.3 ESPN.com about this. The Phillies have talked to the Mariners up there in Seattle about a potential Alec Boehm trade, and they were asking for starting pitching back. Logan Gilbert was a name that was mentioned. Kirby was mentioned as well. George Kirby, another starting pitcher in the rotation. Both guys who are in the mid-20s. Kirby's 26, Gilbert 27. These are guys, good starting pitchers, but I was fascinated to know that they wanted to get starting pitching back for Alec Boehm. Who plays third base then?
Well, I think the first domino is you trade Boehm, and then you start to look at Bregman, Willie Adames, and you go down that road. Or you keep it in-house with Soto, not Soto, who's the Sosa, Edmundo Sosa.
Yeah.
Maybe
and
he
Miller's
gets the
on
first
his way.
Right, exactly. So, you either try to patch it with a guy like Edmundo Sosa for a little while there, or you try to go out in free agency, Bregman, Willie Adames, but the first thing you got to move before you bring one of those guys in is you got to get Bohm out of there. So I think that it's a two-pronged thing. Move Bohm, then go after one of the guys in that spot.
My problem is it just feels like, and we talked about this last Wednesday, it just feels like they're trying to move him. You shouldn't be doing that. Like I don't feel like they should just move Alec Bohm just to move him out of here. You don't know what you're going to get back to replace him.
Well, if you're getting one of these pitchers, Logan Gilbert or George Kirby, you got the question keeps coming back to, why are all these trades that the Phillies are connected to all involving pitchers? Garrett Crochet, Logan Gilbert, George Kirby. Everything is involving getting another pitcher in here, which seems like everyone's like, well, you got Wheeler, you got Nola, you got Sanchez, you got Suarez. You're going to have Andrew Painter coming up. Why is all the trades targeting pitching when this offense is the flaw? But as I talked about last week, your top-end pitching starting to get a little older. Right. Are they trying to get out in front and get a younger arm that they can kind of, just in case one of those guys takes a step back? So I understand it from that, but it seems like Bohm is the guy they're dangling to try. Now, the Mariners need a third baseman, and that's one of the things. But, I would imagine they got the phone call and said, hey, we would like Logan Gilbert or George Kirby, and they got a dial tone.
Yeah, I just don't think – I don't know what they think they're going to get back for Alec Bohm. I don't think it's going to be this drastic package. Hey, you got to try and get as much as you can out of it. But I'm with you. I think they're trying to look towards the future a little bit here. I don't love that. They should go for it right now. You have a team that is a playoff-ready team. You want to try and make a run. I don't know if you want to look to the future, like, what if Wheeler and Nola fall off a little bit? They're getting a little bit older, even though you just gave them contracts. I mean, you're stuck with them for the next couple of years anyway. I don't know why you try and get out in front of that. I just don't think that's a good way of looking at it. You should go for it right now with the team you have, because all of these guys are in their, starting to get the back end of their prime. Go for it right now.
Well, I think the Phillies are going to do something crazy here. Not crazy. Yeah. I mean, I think you're going to do something that will all be buzzing about 2 weeks, within the next 2 weeks.
All right. The stove is going to start sizzling, Mike. All right.
Yes, sir. All right. There's Nick's Nuggets here for you on a Wednesday. Thanks, Nick.
All right, Mike. I'll talk to you.
All right. Next Nuggets are back tomorrow with Nick Earnshaw here. And the Sports Bash moves on to the 5 o'clock hour. But before we get there, I want to thank our friends over at Jersey Cal. Yes, ice cream is a year-round thing at Jersey Cal. They bring you the 4 o'clock hour of the show, and you can get the Jersey Cal 2 locations in Brigantine and in Northfield. The Northfield location and the Brigantine location are open 7 days a week from noon until 10. Ice cream is a year-round thing at Jersey Cal. I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. And coming up in the 5 o'clock hour, Nick Sirianni being questioned a lot, but he's got Saquon Barkley and why that makes the Eagles a difference maker. Coming up next on the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN.
It's Sixers basketball tonight on 97.3 ESPN with the voice of the Sixers, Tom McGinnis, calling all the exciting play-by-play action.
Maxey steps back, three-point shot up. It's good. Maxey delivering. The Sixers take the lead, and the crowd is absolutely stunned.
It's Sixers match tonight. Coverage begins at 7:30. It's Sixers basketball all season long on South Jersey's radio home for Philadelphia 76ers basketball. 97.3 ESPN.
Tired of hearing no? Everywhere you go, we turn no into go during Black Nissan's November sales event. Say no to high-priced new cars. Brand new Mad Black Nissan Sentra S, just $19,999. Say no to low trade offers. AJ the Trade Man wants your trade, no matter the make, miles, or condition. Say no to down payments. Say no to payments for 90 days. And say no to high interest rates. 60 months, 0% financing by every clearly marked new Nissan. Backed by Mad Black's 4-day love it or leave it return policy. Tired of hearing no to a discount on a new ride? New 25 Sentra S, under 20 grand.
Oh yeah, it's on at Mad Black Nissan.
Approved Tier 1 credit for NEMAC. Negative equity refinance. VIN number SY2316449. MSRP $22,730. plus tax tag and 689.8. Offers can't be combined. 0% for 60 months. Call 877-289-6667 or go to redblacknissan.com for complete details. Offer ends 12/5/24.
It's on at Mad Black Nissan on the Black Horse Pike.
Egg Harbor Township.
At the Home Depot, the holidays have arrived.
And so is all my family. So I'm working on keeping up with the laundry.
The Home Depot is here to help with Black Friday savings up to 40% off select appliances. Spend less time doing laundry with smart, efficient appliances from Samsung, ranked #1 in customer satisfaction.
Perfect. Less laundry time means more family time.
Get Black Friday savings now with free delivery and financing on select appliances at the Home Depot. Visit jdpower.com/awards for more details. Offer valid November 6th through December 4th. U.S. only. See store or online for details.
Total Wine and More has your holiday gifts. Bourbon for Dad, Cabernet for your sis, champagne for a co-worker, the world's greatest wines. With free curbside pickup, save money and time. Winter liqueurs like peppermint cream turn a festive cocktail into a holiday dream. Now that's a low price you'll shout out with glee when you shop Total Wine for them and for me.
Curbside pickup available and the lowest prices for over 30 years only at Total Wine and More.
Drink responsibly, B21.
Tune in to the Bet365 Play of the Day during the Sports Bash with me, Mike Gill, every weekday afternoon at 5:45 on 97.3 ESPN. Made possible by Bet365. Whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365.
My friends swim no matter the season, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can sometimes take me out of the moment. Now, thanks to Skyrizi and clear skin, count me in. With Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. 3 out of 4 people achieved 90% clear skin at 4 months.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor today about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis, and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Thinking about gas mileage. You know, changing your oil with a full synthetic oil like Pennzoil Platinum can help your engine get more miles. Right now, you can get 5 quarts with an STP Extended Life Oil Filter for only $35.99. Get started on your next job today with the parts you need when you need them at AutoZone or AutoZone.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, board-certified urologist and senior vice president of men's sexual health at HIMSS. I've helped many guys with ED in my 12 years of practice. But now you can get world-class care for ED 100% online by going to hims.com. So what are you waiting for?
To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% off brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy.
Hey, it's Mike Gill. The Nizam's Indian Restaurant on Route 40 in Egg Harbor Township is ready to serve you delicious Indian dishes. NJ.com ranked them as the #2 best restaurant in all of New Jersey. And this just in. It's their Eagles football special. Your table receives free tandoori, spicy chicken wings if the Eagles win for dine-in customers only. Join them for a special lunch buffet, Fridays through Sundays from 11:30 to 3 p.m. Visit thenizams.com for more information.
The holidays are here at the Home Depot, so let's get to decorating. Find your perfect tree in our huge assortment of shapes, sizes, and styles. Like the easy-to-assemble Jackson Noble Fir, with pre-lit branches perfect for styling with all your favorite ornaments. Or the Flock Starry Light Fraser Fir, with over 1,900 pre-lit memory wire branches that keep their shape so it's ready right out of the box. Ooh. Find the perfect tree now at the Home Depot.
Prescription products require completion of an online consultation with an independent healthcare provider and are only available if prescribed. Subscription required. Additional restrictions apply. See website for more details and safety information.
Did you know that men across the country are getting their ED meds at TriRexMD.com and saving thousands of dollars? TriRexMD.com has FDA-approved ED meds and is now offering sample packs. Listen to what guys are saying about TryRexMD.com.
My partner thinks that I am a rock star.
I felt like a young man again. My wife is definitely much happier.
I walk a little taller when I'm using the product, knowing what the results are going to be.
Because it is effective, I say I'm on a second honeymoon.
It's literally life-changing.
Visit TryRexMD.com. Your consultation is free, there's no copays, no doctor office visits, and your shipping is always free. You can now access a 30-day sample pack at TryRexMD.com with generics, if appropriate. Visit TryRexMD.com right now to get your sample pack. That's TryRexMD.com.
Sometimes I struggle to get to sleep. My body stopped for the day, but my mind is still running. So I take ZQuil.
ZQuil, the world's #1 sleep aid brand, has a range of non-habit-forming products to fit you and your family's needs. Invest in a great night's sleep for the best you tomorrow.
I'm awake and ready to take on anything.
Better days start with ZQuil Night. Explore our products at ZQuil.com. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Hard to believe that Christmas is only a couple of weeks away, right? But there's still plenty of time to find incredible gift deals because Macy's Friends and Family Sale is happening now. What does that mean? It means when you use your coupon or Macy's card, you can take an extra 30% off, just like Friends and Family can. That's 30% off the best holiday gifts, 30% off the best designer brands, 30% off what's trending right now. It's just this week. It's just what you were looking for, and it's only at Macy's. Savings off regular and already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
Broadleaf's Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning is your go-to Mitsubishi Electric Elite Diamond contractor in South Jersey. This holiday season, consider upgrading to an all-electric heat pump from Mitsubishi Electric to keep your home warm and cozy. With energy efficiency incentives, rebates, and 0% financing, it's more affordable than ever. Make the switch before year-end to qualify for up to $2,000 back in federal tax credits. Call Broadleaf today for a free quote at 609-390-3907 or visit Broadleaf.net.
Home of the Philadelphia Eagles. Sixers.
Bang! It's good! Ball game!
And Flyers.
Tipped in front of the net!
97.3 ESPN. WENJ. WENJ HD. Millville, Atlantic City. A Town Square media station serving all of South Jersey. This is the Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Now live from inside the Ocean Casino Resort Studio, here's Mike Gill.
All right, 5 o'clock, driving you home. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Flyers tomorrow night. Listen to that game on Rock 104.1. Thursday Night Football, it's a big one tomorrow. Lions and the Packers. What's the Lions' injury status there, Josh?
Oh, we got updates on both the Lions and Packers, Mike. So the Lions have no Taylor Decker, no Josh Paschal, no DJ Reader, and no Leve Onwueke. So that means basically half of their trenches are not playing.
Yeah, Decker's the big one there. Obviously, he's one of the best guards in the league up front. With him being out, that's a big problem there.
And
They've
DJ
had a lot
Reader's
of
a big guy, too, for them.
Yeah, but Decker's obviously one of the guys inside with Ragnow. I mean, their interior of their line is nasty there.
Yep.
They've lost a lot on defense as well, and that's something that you wonder. The game on Thursday, if you watch that game, they got out to a lead, then they kind of the game got close, and then we all know what happened with the poor clock management from the Bears. I mean, theoretically, the Bears probably should or could have won that game, and you wonder. And by the way, Caleb Williams had a big game. I mean, he threw for about 350 in that game. You wonder if the injuries to the Lions defense is starting to catch up to them a little bit.
So for the Packers, they have ruled out Jair Alexander, Romeo Dobbs are two of the guys they ruled out tomorrow. So
yeah, but we don't want guys on Green Bay to be hurt.
I'm just giving you the full story. You do what you want with it.
You're cheering for Green Bay tomorrow, obviously. A Green Bay win tomorrow night is interesting because obviously the one thing is if Green Bay wins the game, now the standings become way more intriguing and the math becomes interesting.
Correct.
Philadelphia would be 10-2, Detroit would be 11-2, and Green Bay would be 10-3. So now Green Bay would have split with the Lions. Philadelphia has beaten Green Bay.
Right.
So the head-to-head is not in play here because Philly and Detroit do not play. But the common opponent would then start to come into factor. Philly beat Green Bay. Detroit would be 1-1 against Green Bay, so Philly would win in that area. And then everything else is exactly the same. Philly's loss is to the same team that the Lions lost to, Atlanta. Now, did Detroit play? Tampa Bay. The other one would be the Falcons, but I don't think the Lions played the Falcons. They did not.
No.
So that would be a common opponent that they would not have. So their common opponent record would be almost identical, I think.
Well, remember the way that tiebreakers break down, there's no head-to-head, the next one is win-loss tie percentage within the conference.
Well, then I failed to mention that, but yes, the conference, if Green Bay wins tomorrow night, Detroit would go to 7-2.
That's huge.
Philly is 6-2, so they would essentially both have 2 losses. Now, keep in mind, Philly plays Carolina this weekend. A win over Carolina would be a conference win, so they both would be 7-2. So, yes, I did not mention the conference thing because they would both have the same conference record, which would take you to the common opponent level. And I think the common opponent level right now, I'm going down Detroit's schedule. They both beat the Rams.
Correct.
They both lost to the Bucks. They both beat Dallas. They both beat Green Bay. They both beat Jacksonville. So they have 4 common wins. They have 1 common loss. But if Green Bay wins tomorrow night, that would give them a second loss against a common opponent. So they would be 4-2 against common opponents, where Philadelphia would be 4-1. I don't know how that works.
Well, so it's not just win-losses. It's win-loss tie percentage.
So then the Philly record.
So Philly would be a higher percentage.
So tomorrow night, if Green Bay wins and Philly wins on Sunday, Philly would now be the number 1 seed if we're doing this math right.
If we're doing this math right, correct, yeah.
Now, I'm no math whiz by any stretch of the imagination.
But did you stay at a Holiday Inn Express last night?
No Holiday Inn Express, no math whiz. I went to West Virginia. I'm failing on all accounts here. You like that one, Nate? But yeah, if I'm doing this right and we're going common opponent, so they both played the Rams.
They both beat them.
They both played the Bucks.
They both lost.
Philly did not play the Cardinals. They did not play Seattle. They both played the Cowboys. Philly did not play the Vikings.
Nope.
They did not play the Titans. They both played the Packers. The first time, Detroit won. Philly did not play the Texans. They both played the Jaguars. They both won that game. Philly has not played the Colts. They do not play the Bears. The Packers is the next game. That would be 2 losses to common opponents. 4 wins against common opponents, 2 losses. Philadelphia would have 4 wins and 1 loss. Now, coming up, common opponent-wise, they do not have any more common opponents. Philadelphia does not play Buffalo. They do not play the Bears. They do not play the Niners. And they do not play the Vikings. So if they end with the same, this game tomorrow night, if the Packers win it,
this could be the entire playoff seeding right tomorrow night.
Tomorrow night, if the Packers win this game and Philly wins on Sunday, I think Philly will take over the number 1 seed. And if they end with the same record with 2 losses, I would imagine that Philly would win that tiebreaker.
Because again, it's win-loss tie percentage. It's not just your wins and losses. So it's the percentage, which is the key note there. So Philadelphia, to your point, Mike, because they would have played the Packers once and the Lions would have played them twice.
Yeah.
That means the Lions have played the common opponent 1 more game, and Philly would have the percentage over them.
Yeah, Philly's common opponent wins would be the Rams, the Cowboys, the Packers, and the Jaguars. 4. And then 1 loss, Tampa. You don't count the Green Bay win twice because you only played Green Bay once.
Correct.
So that's why it's a percentage.
Correct.
Yeah, so I think if Philly wins on Sunday and Detroit loses tomorrow night, Philly would take over the number 1 seed, and then they have no more common opponents. So the common opponent thing would be in Philly's favor for the rest of the year. Now, the conference thing wouldn't matter as much. Well, it could and it would. I mean, if somebody loses a game, then that changes the dynamics. But if they both lose a game and the let's say the Lions lost to the Bills.
I was just going to say, if the Eagles lose to the Steelers and the Lions lose to the Bills, that does not go into
Well, they would both have 3 losses, and it would not change the tiebreaker.
Correct.
Because you would still be tied in terms of losses with 3, but it doesn't change the dynamics of the tiebreakers at all.
Because you would not get to that having any significance until you get further down the list of tiebreakers. Because, again, it's win-loss percentage in conference and then win-loss percentage in common games.
Yeah, that's – I mean, I didn't even realize that until we just talked this through right now. But this game tomorrow night is pretty big. I mean, if Green Bay wins this game and you win on Sunday,
you're sending them cheesesteaks.
You are now going to be the number 1 seed, and you have 4 weeks to go with no more common opponents, so you would control your own destiny. I know people hate that term sometimes, but as long as you won out, Detroit could not catch you. Now, Detroit wins that game tomorrow, and let's see, the game is at Detroit.
Mm-hmm.
Green Bay is a 3-point dog in the game. So Detroit is favored to win the game tomorrow, but I'm not shocked. Look, if it's like anything in the division, you split.
Correct.
Now, they won in your place. Can you go into their place and win? I don't see why you couldn't, but yeah, they're not favored to win, but I don't think it's crazy to think Green Bay can win this game with some of the injury issues that Detroit has.
I will also note that when the Lions did beat Green Bay, that was one of Jordan Love's first games back from his most recent injury.
Mm-hmm.
So he was not at his best that day either. He has played much better the last couple of weeks.
609-403-0973. We just laid that out for you. Let's get some text messages. We got a lot of texts that have just come in here this hour on the show. Matt and Kate May. Mike, capital M-I-K-E. Hi, Matt. Says, I disagree with Nick's nugget number 1. Jalen Hurts is not playing well, and I actually feel like he will be and is what holds the Eagles back from winning the Super Bowl. Matt, you have to be a little bit more specific on why you think he's not playing well. I mean, they're not really asking him to do all that much.
Yeah, like what quantifies not playing well? Like, for example, we know that Patrick Mahomes is one of the league leaders in interceptions. Hurts is not. Hurts has cut down the turnovers, interceptions. Is that not important, for example, to Matt and Kate, man?
Yeah, I don't know what reason would you say he's not playing well? I don't know what number we could use to quantify whether he's playing well or not, but do you like QBR or do you like quarterback rating? Do you like either one of those numbers?
I prefer QBR only because of the fact that it factors in it takes out the incompletions that are drops by receivers.
Okay, well, his QBR is 64.6, puts him in the top 10. He's number 8. In fact, he's ahead of Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah.
He's ahead of Matthew Stafford. He's ahead of Jordan Love. He's ahead of Tua. And, the guys ahead of him, Kyler Murray is number 1. Josh Allen is number 2. Joe Burrow is number 3. Lamar Jackson is number 4. Jaden Daniels is number 5. Derek Carr, that one's a little flaky, is number 6. Brock Purdy is number 7. And Jalen Hurts is number 8. If you like quarterback rating, he's in the same spot. He's number 8. So it seems like those two things are pretty much aligned for him anyway.
So then it is being a top 10 quarterback based on analytics not good enough, I would ask for.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking that guy. Like, what is it about him? Is it just that the fact that he's not throwing for gaudy numbers? That would be is it just because his numbers aren't gaudy? He's got 14 touchdowns passing. He's only got 5 interceptions. That, to me, is a big number. Now, when you throw in, how many rushing touchdowns does Hurts have this year?
A lot, considering he keeps vulturing Saquon Barkley at the goal line.
Well, he's got 14 passing touchdowns, and he has how many rushing touchdowns this year? This is the old Donovan McNabb. How many touchdowns does he account for? 24. He has 14 and 12. So 26. He accounts for 26 touchdowns and 5 interceptions. So I would go back to Matt and Kate May and ask, you're saying Hurts is not playing well. I don't know that he's not playing well. I think they're just not asking him to do much. I mean, he's completing almost 70% of his passes. It's a weird dynamic where they're just not really asking him to do a whole heck of a lot.
But isn't that a good thing? You're not putting undue pressure on your quarterback because, again, unless your quarterback, you mentioned earlier, Mike, is named Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen, you're not asking that guy to be your savior week in and week out.
Yeah, right now Hurts is 20th in the league in yards. The 14 touchdowns, he's pretty low. I mean, he's just not throwing a lot of touchdowns.
Well, we've talked about this before. The Eagles are last in the NFL in pass attempts this year, but they're among the most in total yards. So when he is passing the ball, they're getting a high number of yards out of it.
609-403-0973. 609-403-0973.
Here it is. So he is 5th in the NFL in pass yards per completion. So right now, if you look around the league, Mike, when you have a guy who is completing 12 yards per completion, it's pretty good.
Yeah.
That means every time he's throwing a pass, getting a first down.
That's the thing. When he's being asked to do something, he's converting. I mean, hey, it's like the old Randall Cunningham. Just run around and make a couple plays. Donovan McNabb. The defense will win the game. You know, Darwin Walker used to host the show with me, and he would say, Jim Johnson would say 17 points, and then Donovan, go make 2 plays. Figure out a way to make 2 plays, and we'll win the game. Shaner in EHC says, Nick's Nuggets are sweet and not sour. I reiterate what I said to Josh. He has learned to protect the wide receivers over the middle, add touch when needed, run hard when asked. Why not lean on a $14 million running back? If we need him to toss some dimes, I believe he can. Polynesian sauce on that pigskin nugget, baby. There you go, Shaner. Get excited about the Nuggets today. Yeah, I mean, they've asked him to throw 19 times. If he completes 14 of them and 2 of them are for touchdowns, he's doing what they're asking him to do.
Yeah. And at the end of the day, is it more important to win games or is it more important for your quarterback to have gaudy stats?
You're asking me or the fans? Because
I'm asking the fans.
I think they want gaudy stats and wins.
Well, you can't have both. I'm making you people out there listening on 97.3 ESPN pick. You must choose.
Mike, another common opponent is Dallas Eagles. No, the common opponent with Dallas gives you 4.
Didn't you already say 4?
Yeah, he said 5.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's 4.
Mike, don't you have to take into account Philly's playing Dallas a second time? Yes. Dallas a second time would be a common opponent. That is in week 17. That is a common opponent that is coming up.
Common opponent that is coming up. So that means you would still need to beat Dallas one more time to maintain.
Although if you lost the game to Dallas and they lose tomorrow night, you both would be 4-2.
You would be even Stevens.
Yeah, so
and then you would go to the next tiebreaker, which is strength of victory. And honestly, I have to look up what that means. You know what strength of victory is?
No, I don't. I guess your point differential in the common opponents. No, your point differential in your common opponents.
So according to the NFL, strength of victory is the combined record of all the teams that you have beaten on your schedule.
Gotcha. Okay, they would probably win there because they're playing in the North.
Right, they would have more winning teams in that situation.
Yeah. Mike, what about the Vikings? Aren't they 10-2? They are. And if the Vikings, by the way, the Vikings are going to be interesting here, and I'll tell you why. The Vikings are 10-2. Their schedule coming up. Home against Atlanta, home against the Bears, at Seattle, Packers, at Lions. Obviously, the 2 games at the end are going to be difficult, but if they won out and the same thing happens here, they would have 2 losses. If they won out, they would have 2 losses. Where do they factor into the tie-breaking situation? Well, they beat the Giants. They beat the Packers. They lost to the Rams. They lost to the Lions. They beat the Jaguars. They play the Falcons this week. That could be an interesting game there.
Kirk Cousins versus his old team. See how that goes.
Not only that, the fact that the Falcons beat the Eagles.
Right.
So that comes into play there as well. So, yes, to that guy who texts it in, what about the Vikings? They are lingering with that 10-2 mark.
By the way, speaking of strength of victory, if the Bucs win the South and the Falcons don't, that also helps the Eagles.
If the Bucs win the South and the Falcons don't, why? Why does that have anything to do with anything here?
Because the Lions and the Eagles both lost to the Bucs.
Yeah, but what does that have to do with their? I don't know what does that have to do with anything?
It's one less demerit against the Eagles in the strength of victory category.
Yeah, but you're going to lose that anyway.
You think so?
Yeah, I mean, they play the Vikings twice, and the Vikings
Packers
have
twice.
double-digit wins. The Packers are going to have double-digit wins. So those two right there, Philly doesn't have anybody on their schedule that's going to be at that level.
So you're basically conceding that.
I would think
point.
so. I mean,
Okay.
Pittsburgh, Baltimore for Philadelphia. You got Pittsburgh, Baltimore.
If the Rams make the playoffs.
Yeah, but it's not them making the playoffs. It's how many wins they have.
Well, if you make the playoffs, it means you at least have 9-10 wins. This is my working assumption.
Yeah, but Green Bay, Minnesota, they're going to be better than anybody else that Philly's best win, if they do win, is going to be against Pittsburgh. Win-loss.
Mm-hmm.
Or Green Bay. One of those two. And they would have beaten Green Bay, Minnesota potentially twice. So I think they would win in that category.
So basically that makes tomorrow night even more important.
Well, first off, yes, tomorrow night becomes really important because the number one thing you need to have happen is the Lions to lose a game, preferably against an NFC team and preferably against a team that you've already beaten.
Right.
Because that gives them 3 demerits. Another loss, a loss against a team that you have already beaten, so it gives them the common opponent thing, and it gives them a conference loss, which ties up the conference record. So without the conference record being tied, the strength of common opponent thing doesn't come into play. You need to get to the third tiebreaker for the third tiebreaker to actually kick in.
Right.
So, because right now, the conference thing would be tied, and then you both would have 2 losses pretty much the rest of the way. Now, obviously, there's 4 weeks left. Somebody can go 3-1 or 2-2 or undefeated. 609-403-0973. 609-403-0973. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. George says, this is why the old format with 6 teams qualifying per conference was perfect. The Lions and the Eagles are both worthy of a first-round bye. Yeah, but I kind of do like that the number 1 seed gets that extra bonus.
You mean in the fact that it's not as easily attainable to buy a week?
Well, yes and no, but he's saying the 16 that the Eagles and the Lions are both worthy of a first-round bye. I agree. They're both good enough to say, but I like the fact that you get something for that number 1 seed instead of saying, well, the top 2, we don't have nothing else to play. No, the 2 seed still has to keep trying to go for that 1 seed because it's that important.
I like the expanded format because it has more teams competing to the end of the season.
Yeah, I mean, to me, though, the playoff field, that 7th team generally has no business being in there.
Yeah, and now in a couple of years, watch that team win a Super Bowl.
Well, because you're getting these wild card games where that 7 team is just not competitive a lot of times. So I don't like the 7 teams, but I do like that the 1 seed gets the extra
exclusive
incentive because in football it does matter to get that bye week. You know, we talk about baseball. Oh, you take a couple of days off. You're not really trying to become the team that has to sit out. I mean, yeah, the Dodgers won this year and the Yankees made the World Series, but we've seen it go where those teams keep getting knocked out. Basketball, when you're the 1 seed, they get to play in games. You're only sitting for 2 or 3 days. It's not that big of a deal.
Being the 1 seed in football is so much important because there's nothing like home field advantage in football. There's no other sport that compares.
Gregory, is watching on YouTube. He says, what would happen if the Eagles lost to the Cowboys, which is a common opponent? Yeah, that would give them 2 losses in the common opponent thing. But if the Lions lose tomorrow, they would also have 2 losses. So they
Right.
would both be 4-2 against
You would have the
Colorado.
same percentage.
So we would go to the 4th tiebreaker, I think, Gregory. Don't quote me on that.
Yeah, you would go from common games to strength of victory.
Gotcha. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app live video. As Gregory is watching on the YouTube channel, you could do the same as well. You can subscribe and use the hashtag SBLive, and that's an easy way to find us. You use the hashtag SBLive, and you can find us there. Jason Kelsey, Travis Kelsey on the New Heights podcast. You know, we talked about this whole thing and how the Eagles got here. The way they're getting here is the games are close early, then they're finishing them out late, and it's Saquon Barkley who has been that guy. He has over 480 yards in the 4th quarter of games, and it's really the signature of this Eagles team.
The thing that makes him so valuable and so unique is these second half big explosive runs that have either sealed games or put games out of reach. Saquon being able to run and finish these plays off in the most critical parts of the game, it's been such a huge determining factor in the Eagles late in games and why they've been able to win games.
It's been
whether it's
arguably
been Washington,
the most valuable factor to have.
That's coming from a guy in the league.
Yeah.
It's been arguably the most valuable factor to have. So you take a look at what Barkley has done.
Yeah, so this year, Mike, Saquon has 982 rushing yards in the second half this season. That accounts for over 65% of his rushing yards this year. The second closest player in second half rushing this year is 379. So Barkley has 982, Mike. The next best second half rusher is 379. That's Tank Bigsby.
Yeah, well, the bigger one, too, is he's a closer. He has 3 straight 4th quarters with 50 yards and a rushing touchdown. So late in these games, he is wearing you down, and then he is busting a big one, and that is one thing that we've seen a bunch. The other thing that stands out about the way that he's doing this, we tell you, the 4th quarter numbers for him, 481 rushing yards in the 4th quarter. It's the second most by any player in 12 games since 1978. And Edgerrin James was the only guy, second most, Edgerrin James in 2000. You go back to Edgerrin James with your fantasy teams, how good he was for those Colts teams back then. Barkley, 481 yards rushing in the 4th quarter of this season. That's been the difference maker for this team.
And having a guy who can finish the game, to back to the point where you talked earlier about Matt from KMA texting in, if you have a guy who is the closer, why do you need your starting quarterback to put up big numbers?
They're not asking the quarterback to do stuff in the 4th quarter. Why? They have a lead. They're trying to run the game out. That's the way that teams want to go about it, right? They want to say, we have a lead. We're going to run the ball. We're going to run the clock. So I don't know that that's indictment on the quarterback. I think it's just a way that this season has kind of gone for this team. 609-403-0973. Most people can see that if a game ends up in Hurts' hands, down by 2 or more scores and going back and forth, he isn't capable of spraying the ball around and keeping up. Most people can see that. I don't know what game they're watching.
Yeah, who are these most people?
Yeah, I would have to get a sample of these most people because I've seen him do it plenty. Did you watch the Super Bowl?
I was just going to say, Super Bowl is probably the most obvious example.
I think that was an asinine comment there. Sorry to be blunt, but bad take. Most people.
Who are these people?
These people blind?
Do these people are football fans?
Listen, does he miss plays? No question. There's plays that he's leaving out on the field he's missing. But that comment there is incorrect. I've seen him do it many times. I mean, heck, in 2022, to get to the Super Bowl, that's essentially was every week for them, was him throwing the ball all around the yard.
And throwing bombs, too, not just little dink passes over the middle.
All right, we got Big Three on the other side. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, live video streaming on the X platform and on YouTube. At Mike Gill Show, use the hashtag SBLive.
You're listening to the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
When I'm driving, I got a guy on the radio who talks to me. I can't see him, but he
talks to me.
On 97.3 ESPN.
Go to get your game on at the Gallery Bar Book and Games at Ocean Casino Resort. Cheers your favorite drinks while cheering on your favorite team. Get in on the parlay while in the middle of a party. Go for the sports scene and go for the endless screams. Go to the Gallery. Go to the Fanatic Sportsbook. Go for the win at Ocean Casino Resort. For more information, visit theoceanac.com. Must be 21 or older to wager or consume alcohol. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hi, I'm Dan Tracy. I'm a workers' compensation attorney. At Goldenberg Mackler, we've handled thousands of workers' compensation claims over the years. Our experienced attorneys understand the law and will fight to get you the benefits that you deserve. When injured at work, make the right call to Goldenberg Mackler. Call us at 609-344-7131. That's 609-344-7131. Or visit us online at gmslaw.com.
Thanks to Total Wine, you saved more on all the gifts for the ones you adore. Wine, spirits, beers, all nestled on shelves. Got advice from our helpful elves. Oh, so many gifts to explore when you go to Total Wine and more. Bottles so delightful, whoa, whoa, whoa. Priced so amazingly low.
Curbside pickup available and the lowest prices for over 30 years only at Total Wine and More.
Drink responsibly, B21.
Looking for the perfect RV to hit the open road this fall? Look no further than Hitch RV, your premier RV dealer. They're offering unbeatable pricing during their fall reduction sale on a wide range of RVs, from cozy travel trailers to luxurious motorhomes. Hitch RV is dedicated to providing exceptional customer service and quality RVs. Visit them today at hitchrv.com/Berlin or call 856-629-7400. Hitch RV, your adventure awaits.
I got a line.
He got a line.
She got a line. We got 4 lines. Cricket Nation. Q finger guns. Really easy. Super stress-free. 5G so fast. Like blazing fast. Games and memes. You'll have a blast. You can get fast 5G across 4 lines. You can get fast 5G across 4 lines. As we discussed, take it from us. We 4 are one. Cricket Nation.
And only $25 a line. Welcome to more lines. Welcome to Cricket Nation. Smile. You're on Cricket.
Cricket 5G requires a compatible device and is not available everywhere. Discount varies by line. Fees may apply. Terms and restrictions apply. See cricketwireless.com for details.
The best call to make on game day is ordering catering from the Piccadilly Inn. For parties big or small, the Pick does it all. Your guests will be cheering for the Pick spin on football favorites like pulled pork nachos, cheesesteaks, burgers, and their award-winning buffalo wings, tails, and ears. Get your chicken wing picks on Route 206 at the Piccadilly Inn. Join the flock and follow the Pick on Facebook or at piccadilly.com for their Pick game specials. And be sure to pre-order to guarantee your spot in Sunday's lineup.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues? Who are you? Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Need a gift for your favorite uncle, your work bestie, or that mail carrier who never let you down? Festive holiday scratch-offs from the New Jersey Lottery make perfect gifts that are easy to give and super fun to get. With a total prize pool of over $42 million, anything can happen in Jersey.
This is the Town Square, New Jersey Info and Weather Network.
Progressive Insurance presents the Sports Flash on 97.3 ESPN. NHL, the Flyers back in action on Thursday night, hosting the defending Stanley Cup champion Florida Panthers. Panthers led by Sam Reinhart, whose 18 goals on the year leads the NHL. Flyers, they've won 3 straight after beating the St. Louis Blues on Saturday in overtime. The Sixers back in action tonight, hosting the Orlando Magic, a 2-game set. The two teams will play again in Philly on Friday. The Sixers have now won back-to-back games for the first time this season. On Tuesday night, they beat the Charlotte Hornets 110-104. Paul George with 29 points. They'll face an Orlando team tonight that's won 12 of their last 14, but coming off a loss Tuesday in New York to the Knicks. NFL Week 15, the Eagles home Sunday taking on the Carolina Panthers. Philadelphia riding an 8-game win streak at 10-2 after a win against Baltimore, while the Panthers are 3-9, and they're allowing nearly 31 points per game. That is worst in the NFL. The Eagles with the number one rushing attack in the league. I'm Tony Desiri, and that's your Sports Flash on 97.3 ESPN.
You're a winner when you play Borgata's Winning Wonderland. Now through December 28th, earn entries for your stake in over $1 million in prizes, including 2 2025 Range Rovers. Visit theborgata.com. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
From the Townsville, New Jersey Info and Weather Network, I'm Chief Meteorologist Dan Zarrow. The air is very dry, and that's an important factor in ensuring tonight's Clipper storm system doesn't do very much here in South Jersey. Snow and rain showers are likely, so watch for slippery spots and low visibility, also turning windy overnight. Showers wrap up by mid-morning tomorrow, then clearing skies, staying blustery. Temperatures fall from 40 to the lower 30s. Friday, the coldest day of the week, high of only 37. Get weather 24/7 wherever you are. Download our free mobile app today.
Here is an important safety message from the New Jersey Division of Highway Traffic Safety.
I'm New Jersey Attorney General Matt Platkin. Every year, too many lives are lost in alcohol or drug-related crashes. These are preventable tragedies, and it's time to take a stand. Let's make New Jersey's roads safer for everyone. We are all counting on you.
We have the perfect solution for sitting in traffic.
Come with me.
The Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
All right, 5:34 Sports Bash, 97.3 ESPN. Bet365 play of the day coming up. We've got Big Three on the way. Brought to you by Jenkins & Sons Plumbing, Heating, Air Conditioning, Installation, Service, and Maintenance, Plumbing, Draft Cleaning Service. Call 609-641-6262 online, jenkinsandsons.com. I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash. You're locked in on a Wednesday night. All right, last night was the college football playoff. It always sparks debate. Last year there was 4 teams. Now they've expanded to 12. There's people complaining even more. The ADs were bickering with each other on Twitter last night. The Iowa State AD got into it with, what school was he getting into it with?
He obviously wasn't getting into it with that commercial in the last break.
No.
Which one are we talking about again?
The Iowa State AD
Iowa State
was tweeting about something, and then they were going back and forth. Was it the guy from South Carolina or I don't know. There was a battle on Twitter last night between 2 ADs about their resumes.
Most of what I saw was people argue with Lane Kiffin, which I thought was hilarious.
Well, Kiffin apparently was like Nostradamus, came out and predicted this was going to happen. This thing has turned into a disaster, which we all knew. Here's the problem. They have a 12-team playoff. They don't have 12 good enough teams.
No, the number should have always been 8, because if you would have gone with 8, you could have saved yourself from some of this hassle. But we are here anyway, Mike, and for today's Big Three, I want to review for you some of the comments that were made last night. We're going to go back and forth between a couple different people here, so I want to start with this.
I just want to add this. So Oregon, Texas, Penn State, Notre Dame, they have the byes right now?
Yes. If everything goes as
right now,
planned.
That's what right now means, Josh.
Correct.
All right. Ohio State, Tennessee, SMU, Indiana, Boise is 10, 11 is Alabama, and Miami is 12. Right now.
Right now.
This is the final week here. So a lot of the complaints have come in, and I haven't heard a lot of this stuff here, but this is what my complaint was.
Okay.
I believe if you make the conference championship game, you should be locked in, win or lose, because now you're penalizing a team for having a better season than the other team if they lose the game on Saturday.
Are you penalizing them, or are you just saying that you're just not as good as the other team?
Not as good as what team?
Like, for example, if Arizona State loses the Big 12 championship.
Only one of those teams is getting in. That's a bad example.
Okay, fine. I'll use Penn State. If Penn State loses to Oregon on Saturday, let's say Oregon blows them out.
The Big 12 championship game is essentially an elimination game. By my standards, they would both be in. Because I'm saying to make your conference championship game should count for something. The conference that it's a bigger conversation in would be like SMU is playing Clemson. Miami, by all accounts, is better than both of those teams, but wasn't even good enough to get to that game. So therefore, sorry, you're out.
So then again, let's use SMU as an example. Who is the better team? SMU, or let's just use as an example, Alabama.
Alabama's strength of schedule 17. SMU 75th.
So if SMU loses their conference championship, shouldn't Alabama be in ahead of them?
Theoretically, yes. But SMU shouldn't be penalized for making the championship.
You're saying penalized in terms of them losing, being held against them.
You're saying, you're making it to the conference championship game. Okay, we made the conference championship game.
Right.
So now we've made it to that far, and now you're going to say on the last week of the year, all the championship games are left. There are teams that are not playing this weekend. And you're telling me if I lose this weekend because I reached my goal of making it to the championship game, that could be the self-inflicted wound here.
Yeah, because we got to use your whole resume against you.
You don't have to. That's my point, is you could say by reaching the conference championship game, you are now locked into 8 spots. I mean, you would have 8 spots. There's 4 Power 4. That would lock in 8 teams.
Right. So then you would only have 4 at-larges.
Correct. And then those 4 could bicker. But to take out a team that made the conference championship game, you're now saying you're being penalized for reaching your conference's. Now, you might say the ACC is not. That's not my problem. They've labeled the ACC as one of the 4 teams that are in there. So by that, you got to give the team that made the conference championship credit.
See, to me, I think that winning the conference championship is more important than making it there. Because
I do too. And guess what that gets you? Winning the conference championship gets you one of those buys.
Right.
Being in the conference championship allows you to be one of the 12. So, yes, winning it does hold more weight, but you shouldn't be penalized for losing it.
I understand what you're saying. I just feel like, to me, if you're trying to put the best teams in, when you have teams like SMU.
The best team is not SMU.
Right. And that's why I wouldn't want SMU in there if they lose the championship game.
But the problem is the ACC is not on the same level as the SEC. But by these credentials, they're saying it is.
Right.
But you can't openly come out and say, well, only the SEC and the Big Ten are guaranteed spots. You can't do that.
Right, you can't do that.
So by saying that there's 4 conferences that are getting automatic, you are now saying that those 4 conferences are on the same plane.
Well, then you're really not going to like what Ward Manuel said here. So for those who don't know, Ward Manuel is the schlep who gets sent up there to do the talking point question and answer session with Reese Davis after every one of these announcements. And this is what he had to say about this weekend's game's impact on the college football playoff rankings.
Those who are not playing, we will not adjust those teams because they don't have another data point, obviously. But in terms of those who are playing, how they'll move, if they'll move at all, if you remember 2 years ago, TCU lost in their conference championship game and didn't move. They stayed at 3. So we could do that, or we could adjust depending on the outcomes of the game.
So you're saying the teams that don't play. So Alabama's not playing. They're not. So they're in.
According to him, there's no more data to move them at all. There's only data to move the other teams who are playing up or down.
See, SMU right now is the 3 because they would be the leader of the ACC. Now, whoever wins that game
gets the auto in.
Clemson's not even in this right now.
Right. They are, when they built that bracket, is with the idea of presumed winners and losers.
Right. Because SMU, I guess, is ranked higher in the top 25.
in their rankings.
Yeah. Miami is not in this field, but they're the 12th team in the rankings. They're not in because Arizona – see, this is another bizarre thing. Boise is one of the 4 teams.
Correct.
But they are not in one of the 4 conferences.
Right. The way it works is it's the highest ranked Big 5 team who wins a conference will get in. That's why they also let Notre Dame in, because Notre Dame's an independent, and if they are at a certain ranking, they automatically get in the playoff as well.
Mm-hmm. So that's another weird stipulation here, because the Big 12 champion gets in, but right now they're the worst team in the field.
Pretty much.
They're penciled in as the 12. So the team like Indiana, for instance, they don't have any business being in this, I'm sorry. And I like the Indiana story. It's great, but you're saying that Indiana, just by winning 11 games, that's all that mattered for them. It didn't matter who they beat. Well, Indiana's strength of schedule, by the way, is 65th.
It's pathetic.
Yeah, they didn't win a good game all year, and the one game that they did play, they lost.
Well, the problem here is you have teams like Indiana and Penn State who are being given credit for losing to Ohio State, a team that got embarrassed by a lesser team in Michigan last weekend.
So South Carolina's strength of schedule is 15. The problem with it is they had 3 chances to win against ranked teams. They lost all 3.
But you're giving Indiana credit for losing to Ohio State. That's the problem I have.
Well, I agree. I don't think Indiana, and I like Indiana's story. I thought it was cool. I love the coach. I wish he was the West Virginia coach. He played at West Virginia.
You've said that many times.
And I don't think they belong in because of that loss. And they do not have one win of any substance. Notre Dame does not have a win that should get them to be the number 4. I mean, they have no business being in that spot.
Their biggest win literally was, the first week of the season, Texas A&M. You could argue that's their biggest win of the year. That first week versus Texas A&M.
It is definitively.
There's no other win on their schedule that you could point to and be like, oh, man, let me tell you. Like, I heard somebody trying to say that them beating USC on Saturday was a big win. And I just laughed. I was like, have you watched USC this year? Come on.
Yeah, USC is an average team at best this year. I get it. They went on the road. It was kind of a tough spot for them to go on the road and do all this stuff. But, yeah, that game should not have done anything. But their strength of schedule, 57. They do not have a impressive win really the entire year. Texas A&M was 20th at the time. Other than that, their next best win, they beat Army and Navy.
A little more on the point you're making here. So Heather Dinich, she is the ESPN College Football Playoff Committee insider. She was this morning on Unsportsmanlike here on 97.3 ESPN.
Conference realignment has bulked up the Big Ten and the SEC. And without divisions in all of these leagues now, the inequity that has already and always existed has been exacerbated. And it's on full display right now when you have teams like Indiana that don't play Penn State or Oregon during the regular season.
Yeah, that's another problem. So you're in the Big Ten, so you're getting the shine of being in the Big Ten, but you're not playing a Big Ten schedule.
Right. So
or you're not playing the best Big Ten schedule.
And the disparity is, for example, the Big Ten, I would consider top-heavy. They're a top-heavy conference. The SEC is the deep conference. Well, in the top-heavy conference, you're playing a lot of mediocre competition because there's only a handful of you who are good. In the SEC, they're just beating each other up, Mike. They're bludgeoning each other, and you get to the finish line, and it's like, well, I went through this tough schedule. I survived, but you're rewarding a team that had the easier schedule.
Yep, as I go back to, there are not 12 deserving teams. SMU's strength of schedule, 75. They didn't beat anybody all year. Indiana, 65. They didn't beat anybody all year. Boise State, 86th. They're the 4th team right now. Their best resume piece is that they lost to Oregon by 3.
Correct. Again, you're rewarding teams for losing. So if you're rewarding Boise State, Indiana, Penn State for losing, why don't we do the same for the other teams?
No rhyme or reason on this.
To throw more controversy in there before we get out of here, Mike, for the big 3, more from Heather Dinich on everything you just said about the first round buys, Mike. Well, it could all be naught by the time we wake up Sunday morning. Take a listen.
If you have multiple conference champions ranked outside the committee's top 12, and you see down lower in the rankings where you have Clemson, you have Iowa State, you have Arizona State, you have UNLV, if you have two of those that still need to get into this bracket on selection day, guess who's out? Not just Miami, Alabama. Too. So you can have the 11th and 12th team bumped out for the 4th and 5th highest ranked conference champions.
Well, I mean, they got to come up with something that's, I think that if you make it to the conference championship game that you're in, and then the 4 teams at large, whatever you want to do there.
Good luck trying to explain that to him. Because this formula is already...
Because there should be no reason that SMU loses the game and gets bounced so that Miami can get in. SMU made it to the championship game. Miami did not.
Well, right now, under that explanation, it wouldn't be Miami that makes it. It'd be Alabama. Because Alabama would be the last of the at-larges. Because Alabama's ahead of Miami.
Well, what did she say? She said something about if Arizona State.
So basically, what she was saying is that
if Arizona State loses, Iowa State's going to get in.
Right. So
Arizona State would be out.
So basically, if you have conference winners who are outside of the top 12 in the rankings, they get precedent over the at-large teams that are ahead of them. So that bumps everyone down a spot. So, for example, Miami's the first team out right now. Alabama is the last team in. So, in this scenario, if Iowa State and SMU, just use that as an example, both win their conferences, Alabama, they get bumped.
Sports Bass Live, 97.3 ESPN. We'll wrap up the show. Bet365 Play of the Day next.
It's Sixers basketball tonight on 97.3 ESPN with the voice of the Sixers, Tom McGinnis, calling all the exciting play-by-play action.
Maxey steps back, three-point shot up. It's good. Maxey delivering. The Sixers take the lead, and the crowd is absolutely stunned.
It's Sixers match tonight. Coverage begins at 7:30. It's Sixers basketball all season long on South Jersey's radio home for Philadelphia 76ers basketball. 97.3 ESPN.
Winter is approaching. Are you prepared? Don't get left in the dark. Kelvy Electric, a certified Generac dealer, has you covered. From installation to maintenance, they're your go-to experts for Generac generators, ensuring your home stays powered through any storm. A Generac home standby generator will automatically restore power to your home during an outage, so your life goes on uninterrupted. Put your trust in Kelvy Electric, the premier electrical contractor, serving South Jersey for over 110 years. Visit KelvyElectric.com today and stay ahead of any storm.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like, you know, to check you have a full tank of gas first before road tripping through the desert.
Empty? Seriously? Maybe I can walk.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Maybe I can't.
You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Terms apply. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
No, my phone.
Hear that? It's the sound of a skater dropping her phone and smashing it on the ice. Yep, it's definitely broken. But at Verizon, we got you. For a limited time, trade in any phone, any condition from one of our top brands and get a new Samsung Galaxy S24 Plus on Unlimited Ultimate and Watch 7 and Tab S9 FE 5G. That's up to $1,900 in value. So you'll save big on 3 great gifts. Only at Verizon. Service plan required for watch and tablet. Up to $1,900 value based on phone, watch, and tablet. Trade in and additional terms apply. See Verizon.com for details.
For 75 years, Jenkins Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning has been the name you trust, where one call does it all. Jenkins expert technicians have been delivering top-notch service to local homeowners. Renovating your kitchen or bath? Call Jenkins. Need a new heating or air conditioning system, service or maintenance, or even ductless air conditioning? Jenkins has you covered. They also specialize in water heaters, boilers, oil service, plumbing and drain cleaning, water line, and sewer main repairs or replacements. Call 609-641-6262 or visit jenkinsandsons.com today.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. players. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Go to get your game on at the Gallery Bar Book and Games at Ocean Casino Resort. Cheers your favorite drinks while cheering on your favorite team. Get in on the parlay while in the middle of a party. Go for the sports scene and go for the endless screams. Go to the Gallery. Go to the Fanatic Sportsbook. Go for the win at Ocean Casino Resort. For more information, visit theoceanac.com. Must be 21 or older to wager or consume alcohol. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Oh, by the way, Ivan's no longer on the project. His wife got a new job, so they're moving across the country. Robin's top researcher is deviating to a new market. This isn't standard. And now we're short-staffed. Who's going to finish all these projects? She needs a cluster of new data analysts, and there's no margin for error. I need Indeed. Indeed you do. Put our matching platform to work so you can spend less time searching and more time connecting with talented candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Shop Black Friday deals now at Lowe's. Get up to 50% off select major appliances. Plus, take an additional 10% off when you buy select major appliances. And get 2 free select tools with purchase of a select combo kit or battery kit from brands like Cobalt, Craftsman, and DeWalt. Hurry and shop these savings only for a limited time because Lowe's knows deals. Valid 11/28 through 12/4. Cannot be combined with additional discounts. See Lowe's.com for more details and qualifying items. While supplies last. Selection varies by location.
Hey, AI, how many touchdowns did the Eagles score in the 2023 season?
The Eagles scored 49 touchdowns in the 2023 season.
Hey, AI, I had a fall recently. I need to recover. Please help me walk again.
I'm sorry, but that is beyond my capabilities.
Hey, AI, my parents are getting older and I can't care for them by myself. Can you help me care for them?
I'm sorry, that is beyond my capabilities. AI will never replace care, but here's what I found for the best care near you.
Autumn Lake Healthcare Centers, trusted leaders in skilled nursing rehabilitation and senior care, and proud partners of the Philadelphia Eagles.
All right, get ready to get out of here on this, what day is it, Wednesday? Ready to go?
So, Mike, you are overall 73-51 after your win last night.
A little win last night. I gave you Dallas. Tonight going back to the hoops. 2 games for you. Pistons plus 14.5 against Boston, and the Heat minus 2 against the Lakers. That's the Bet365 plays of the day. Sixers tonight, they take on the Magic. You can listen to that game on 97.3 ESPN.
Any hope the Sixers win tonight?
I mean, no.
2-game win streak, over.
Can't expect 3 in a row. Come on now. Back tomorrow, live at Chickies and Pete's tomorrow.
You're
back in the studio 2 days in a row.
A normal day.
Yeah. Yep. I'm back in the studio these last 2 days. It's been nice. Back on the road tomorrow. We got tomorrow. We got Detroit Green Bay. We'll talk more about that game, the impact of it, and the schedule. Tomorrow we'll do the schedule game tomorrow. What else we got tomorrow? Got a little football at 4. One thought every game. All right, everybody. Have a great rest of your Wednesday evening. Game night is up next, followed by Sixers basketball. The Sixers and the Magic right here on 97.3 ESPN. I'm Mike Gill. Don't forget, you can watch the show on YouTube and on the X platform at Mike Gill Show. Follow, subscribe, and we'll talk to you tomorrow. We'll see you tomorrow. Have a great night, everybody.
Ross Tucker.